stuff like that through the years.
And we are live.
Okay, good morning. Welcome to the November 13th meeting of the Board of Riley County Commissioners. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, first order of business is public comment. Do we have any public comment? Nancy, do you have anything?
No, I disappoint you.
Okay, then we'll go to commissioner comments. Commissioner McKinley.
Okay. Well, Friday, we delivered and picked up the barricades for the Veterans Day Parade. And I want to thank the volunteers, Clancy, Holman, David Adams, Don Munger, Amy Mangus, and Sherry Taylor. Some of the members of the crew thought this was too boring, and they're planning adding some flavor to it next year.
Oh, yeah, like what?
Oh,
What kind of ideas?
Don't want to know what's going to be in their eggnog.
There's a discussion about possibilities. I don't know that it'll happen, but it would be most likely.
Extra meaning to spiced latte.
Yeah.
Warm me up.
Or in a pumpkin spice latte. Sounds like.
And then Friday evening, I attended the K-State men's basketball game. The team was not a known name. It was a very disciplined team with some good shooters, and they made it a game this weekend.
That's key.
Yeah, it was. It was fantastic. Saturday, I was only able to watch the first half of the scoring explosion at the Bill. Yeah, it was a good warm up to a trip to the Flaw in the Claw next Saturday. And but also, and I like I say I wasn't there, but I saw the video of the flag. You know, I've heard they're gonna have a big flag on the field.
She's talking about
It covered the field. Those guys, that had to be, I mean, they held it tight.
Oh, it was great. Yeah.
Those guys were, that had to be heavy for them.
So, man, but they had so many people. It was like a whole
Oh, yeah.
big snake across the field. It was
But
amazing.
it was, somebody had a video of bringing Dragon
Oh, yeah.
back out. And
They've got a drone shot at that and the helicopters kind of.
Oh, right, at the
flying
same
over.
time?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It was
It was
cool.
amazing. That's all I've got.
Okay, Commissioner Ford.
Yes, Thursday afternoon, I had the November National Teams Call with NACO's Veteran and Military Services Committee. After a few welcomes and introduction, our chair Trista Martinson, Commissioner from Ramsey County, Minnesota. We also then heard from John Borschler, who's the Chief Veterans Experience Officer with the Department of Veteran Affairs of the United States. He spoke on veteran employee benefits challenges, services, and how the nation's counties can use resources to help. Rachel Mackey, who's our legislative director for the committee, gave us an update on what's happening on Capitol Hill. She followed up on an update on activities going on surrounding the Operation Greenlight initiative that was last week. And then we finished out the call with a general discussion, talk of Veterans Day events from all over the country around the weekend. Also on Thursday, I listened in on the Council of Foreign Affairs State and Local Officials webinar titled Israel and Palestine, Past, Present, Future. Stephen A. Cook, who's the CFR Senior Fellow for Middle East Studies, gave an update on the ongoing Israel-Hamas war, the conflict, which everyone you wanted to call, there was a discussion about that. A background on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and relations, implications for the future, the reason. A very solid question and answer session followed afterwards. Later on Thursday evening, I attended the November meeting of the Flint Hills Mental Health Task Force. We met at the Riley County Law Enforcement Center and took a full tour of the correctional facility that was led by Captain Mark French. It was a very comprehensive tour. We went through each of the jail pods, the unit of the facility. There was no hold bars, no pun intended. There were inmates there doing their thing. You got the real good visual of everything that's going on currently. It was insightful, informative, put together a lot of things visually that we think we've been hearing through the grapevine and hearing verbally recent times. Was able to put some things together 2 and 2. We discussed some of the needs, some of the current trends, some of the challenges, as well as some of the future plans that Captain French has, both from an infrastructural and personnel side. I would say that the majority of them are actually pretty common sense for the most part. It's not anything over the top or outrageous. I would probably say, to be honest with you, I would urge both of you to reach out to Captain French to take that tour. I think it's appropriate just given the dynamics currently. So just do that at your own peril. But I will tell you, it's not going to hold bars on anything. I just walk through and look through the windows. It's going to be very in depth and very comprehensive. We've already discussed some things that are happening there, and it's going to be coming down probably over the next 6 to 8 months. So just so you're aware. Friday morning, as mentioned, was the annual Veterans Day Parade and Ceremony here downtown. I started off the morning with biscuits and gravy breakfast at the VFW. I know how to make those over there. Boy, I was full all day from that. I got a chance to talk to some more local veterans who were there as well. Made my way over to the parade, rode in the fire engine, some of the other local officials through the parade through downtown to the viewing stage where I saw the rest of the parade. Then we moved inside for the ceremony where several awards were given for artwork and essay competitions, although I didn't see any pictures and we didn't hear any of the essays. So that was a little different, I guess. And then we heard from Bill Turner, who spoke about the Cold War, gave a really good historical background from start to finish, put some historical events in there, as well as own personal accounts of his time spent while serving through those times, which I did a really good job. It was really, really solid. It got me thinking. I mean, I kind of born on the very end of it, but kind of puts some things in historical perspective even for me. So the weather was picture perfect as far as I was concerned. I couldn't complain. Wasn't too hot, wasn't too cold, wasn't windy. Probably the best weather that I've experienced so far. Been through, I guess, 4 of these. 21 doesn't count because I actually had COVID and was stuck at home. So I don't remember what the weather was on that one. So yeah, it was good. I thought the turnout for the parade was good. Everybody was in high spirits. Lots of entries in there as per usual, and worked out very well. I thought it was really, really good that we had the immediate command staff in Fort Riley present throughout the entire event, which I thought was good too. Friday night, Manhattan High's luck ran out. Dropped a heartbreaker to Derby after playing the same team 4 times in just about a year. I guess that's probably going to happen, but they lost 23-21 to end their season at 9-2. But looking at the JV squad, or at least hearing about the JV squad, I don't know that I'm really worried about the future too much for them. So I too watched the K-State game on Saturday afternoon, 59-25. I'm thinking I might have won again. Kidding me?
No, she beat you by. Actually, Greg even beat you, so you got second last place.
I'm not playing this.
High score.
I thought for sure I at least got the high score right for Baylor. I was thinking they scored some points in the second half.
Catherine was 45-21. She beat all of us pretty good. Greg was next closest at 7 away, so on top of 7 more points than her. So,
Well,
when you're good, you're good, huh?
Yeah, I was actually surprised because I'm going, oh gee, the score went much higher than anybody anticipated.
Usually when we score first, I feel pretty good about things. I think we've done that all but 2 games this year. It's the 2 of the 3 that we've lost. So
Howard did a great job.
Yeah, set the record for most touchdown passes. The Veterans Day ceremony events, that was amazing. Probably the best I think I've seen in the years I've been here. Maybe that's because it fell on Veterans Day. I don't know, but it was good. I'm glad they did that. With Oklahoma State losing, KU losing, puts us kind of back in the driver's seat just about. Well,
let's get Texas to lose one.
Well, I don't think that one's going to probably happen, but it might. But I'm told that if we end up tied with Oklahoma and Oklahoma State, the same record, somehow we win the tiebreak from all three. I don't know how the hell that works, but
That's where the champion.
that's where like calculus and trigonometry and all that stuff I didn't do well at. Figures into the equation. I'll let the brainiacs figure that
I
out.
don't really care how it works as long as it works.
So we just gotta win our next two games. KU is down to their third string quarterback now, and first string running backs banged up and a couple other things, so we'll see how that works out for Saturday. Saturday in prime time, so see how that works out. It was tough watching my Jaguars yesterday. Oh my gosh, that was ugly, just ugly, humiliatingly ugly. They couldn't do anything right, so guess that was what it was. So all I got this morning.
Okay. Well, Thursday evening, I attended a holiday open house at a business, Eclectic Charm.
Okay.
Yeah, and they house an interesting group of vendors. There's a whole bunch of vendors in one building, have all sorts of items for sale, including crafts, antiques, and other home decor. And there was a lot of Christmas things there. So if you're looking for a really interesting gift for someone, it's a good place to go. A lot of people there, it was, yeah. So I got to talk to a lot of people that I hadn't seen for a long time, or just, yeah. So it was packed, and it was like a invitation only kind of. So it was pretty good. So then Friday morning, I attended the Veterans Day Honor Parade. I was on the review stand for the whole parade, and I've been in a lot of parades, but you don't get to watch a whole lot of them. And that was really, really good, seeing it from the very beginning to the end. And then I went to the commemorative program at Peace Memorial Auditorium afterwards. Theme of the day was the veterans of the Cold War. Commemorative program included the posting of colors, recognition of invited guests and high school essay winners. They didn't read them because they told me that they didn't have any of the first and second place winners, but I don't know
there.
yeah, there were some kids there. But,
I thought they always had the winners reading.
yeah, they did. I don't know. They didn't give it this year. So anyway, they said it'd be online essays, so it's good. Guest speaker was Bill Turner, director of the Kansas Commission of Veterans Affairs, and he recalled his many commands, deployments, and other assignments throughout his career in the Army. He retired as a brigadier general, and he included talking about the time serving during the Cold War, which many people don't know or remember that period of time. So I do. It was a scary time in history. Made a big change in things, especially with Russia. Later that afternoon, I met with a couple that live in Keats, but have been gone most of the summer. Updated them on our work and meetings with Keats residents and landowners, and they plan to come to our public meeting on Thursday. Saturday, excuse me, my sinus is very. I attended the K-State Baylor game, which was really an exciting game. A little chilly, but it was very exciting. And that flag was really something. It was just, I've got some pictures of it I'll share with you. Score was a little surprising, but it was a great win for the team. And look forward to this weekend's game. I'm not going to Lawrence, but I'll be watching it on TV. Anyway, that's all I have.
Ready for business, commissioners? First item we have, we need a motion to sign the tax roll correction.
What are the McCall cats?
It's just an owner. It's
LLC.
it's just the LLC. Yeah, there was nine total properties appealed, and we agreed to stipulate on one of the 9, and they dismissed the other 8. And so this was one that was scheduled for full BOCC hearing. This is the only property that looked like there needed to be an adjustment made. And so there was, but the rest of them they dismissed.
Okay, good. I just thought maybe they're special group.
No, it's just the LLC.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Item 9, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve tax roll correction.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the tax roll corrections. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Chair, please sign. Thanks, Anna. You. Make sure about Riley County Employee Action Forms for Joseph Keeper, new hire, Public Works Operator 2 in Public Works Department. Trevor Zinkus, new hire as needed volunteer firefighter stipend. All three signed, please. You. Commissioners, any changes to the minutes?
Good.
I didn't see anything.
Go and make a motion to approve the minutes as written from the November 9th meeting of the Riley County Commission.
Second.
So moved and seconded to approve the November 9th minutes of the Riley County Commission. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Tentative agendas, look, commissioners. Any items for next week's press conference?
I was gonna say on the 20th, let's make sure we don't add anything else to that meeting.
Oh, yeah, you have law enforcement.
Yeah, that's gotta be, I gotta actually run the meeting. So, by the time we finish up with the first of those, department head, whatever, evaluations, yeah. Doesn't leave me a lot of time.
Okay. We'll do. Next, commissioners, I'm up on the budget and expenditure reports.
Christine, Danny posted a video from the north end zone running it out. Oh, yeah.
It was huge. And you can kind of see on this, you can kind of see the helicopters. There's
Oh.
one, they had like three of them, there. And there's another somewhere.
Like I said, first she had the video from the end, you could see him coming over.
Yeah, oh, I bet, yeah, I would see that one, but yeah, that's. Did you see this, John?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the drone shot.
yeah, that is, yeah, this, I don't know where the other helicopter is. You know, what,
There was
well, I hear that
three.
helicopters go from my house all the time, so it's just quite.
You used to, they like change the, and I think they took some of the one group out of the Fort Riley. They used to have night training just south of Riley. You can see it, lights go off, and then the machine guns shooting, and targets, everything like it was shooting from, you were outside, you could see the fire and that, those sparks.
Wow. Yeah, you see a lot of it in Riley. Yeah.
And, yeah, those little, I mean, heard the cannons going off, we'll hear machine guns going off at
Oh,
night.
that's cool.
It's a little weird. But I don't know if they, I think they moved part of the town, or not of the town.
Some of them went, well,
Something else, because they're, or else they moved it, their training down somewhere else.
I'm gonna check them.
We used to be right, this stuff, with Riley. I see if we would actually see the lights and see the fire, how was it shooting? Yeah. They've had one or two people that I know, probably others, that moved there, and the guys had PTSD and couldn't
handle it.
that. They said that, you know, I used to hearing it, you know, every once in a while they fire some big stuff that
Oh, yeah.
rattles everything, but.
I have some neighbors that haven't been there too long. I mean, their dog was freaking out. She said, what is all this? And what is all this? I said, well, you know,
Sound of freedom.
yeah, it's, you know, this we live with all the time. You get kind of used to it. I'm not on one of those rock ledges, but some of those rock, like Cobra Hills, has some.
Accounting professor of mine, Dan Dynas, when I was going to college, he lived in Sherringbrook. And back then he said on their fireplace mantle, stuff will eventually shake over. You know, they're enough of a rock ledge tied to Fort Riley. He's a Western Kansas guy. He's a great professor.
Yeah, so you aren't told that when you buy a house.
Well, no, there's something, because if you're within the certain noise things, they have to give you a statement, which says, you know, if you haven't been there, you don't know.
People might think about the noise, but not that it actually would vibrate, you know.
The vibrations, yeah.
Because the noise, and I don't, it's vibrations, we were for the shooting, not because it's, but the shooting is loud.
Yeah, it is.
Dropping the landing, but we don't hear that, we don't get the bouncing around.
So in the springtime around here, you're always wondering, is that thunder or?
No clouds going.
On a cloudy day, it's confusing. Thunder or Fort Riley?
Well, yeah, because the clouds, it kind of makes it rumble because
if they're picking up,
it kind of roll, the noise kind of rolls like thunder.
Sound of freedom.
I remember when we were first married, one of Jan's little sisters, and they come out and spend the weekend for us. We were sitting there in Northview. And her sister goes, what was that? What happened? I said, what? That explosion. We didn't, you know, didn't even notice it.
You got used to it after a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, animals like dogs, they really down if they're not used to it. Mine was raised with the sounds that didn't bother him. Our neighbors thought just gets nuts. Hides under the bed.
So the commissioners know, last night Elizabeth's mother passed away, so she won't be here for a while.
Did your dad just pass away not too long ago?
Last year.
Yeah. So has her mom been sick?
Yeah, she's had dementia for quite a while. Yeah. Was not unexpected.
Oh, big troubles. Huge trouble.
Just one day.
Yeah.
These windows must really big.
They do.
Right over here, it's really chilly.
They do. Horribly.
It's cold.
Mhm.
Oh, my nose gets cold. It's cold.
And that's with my wife. Tip of her nose gets
Yeah,
cold.
it's really. See, there's that about the new place going in where old Chicago used to be down by down here by the mall.
Oh, what's going in?
It's a mini golf
Oh, is that
ball.
where it's going?
Yeah,
I've heard of that, but I didn't know where it was.
yeah, and I guess they have
Indoor mini adventure
mini golf, a
and
9-hole
bar.
miniature golf, and then a bar. That's right. It was in the paper yesterday. I'm like, what is that? I don't
Never heard of that
know.
concept before.
I've
I've heard of Top
it,
Golf.
but I didn't know where it was. But
Yeah, it's down there in the old Chicago
wondered
next to.
why
Old
that thing was
Chicago
so
Blue
big.
Moose, it was for a while.
Applebee's,
Blue
yeah.
Moose was really good too. That
I
didn't
can't
last
It
very long.
went out.
It was always busy.
And it was good, I thought.
It was really good. We went, it was always busy.
Yeah.
I don't know why Old Chicago left. I think they could have supported too, because it was busy.
Oh,
Mhm.
so you
Yeah,
think
they
they-
were.
oh,
I think
that
they-
place,
yeah.
that parking lot.
I wouldn't go there because it's overly busy generally.
Yeah, usually.
We've gone there for lunch.
And you got a
It's not
whole
too bad.
different, the east side of Manhattan and out that, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. They
I don't know
probably
why
could've
they
been-
didn't keep it there.
At first I understood. I mean, that's a lot bigger.
Because their food's always solid. You know what you're gonna get.
That's
That's what I like about them. Good Moose, you know what you're gonna get.
Oh, it's always packed out there and like, especially Friday nights.
Gotcha.
So that's why you said tonight.
Friday nights, just forget it, or Saturday.
Morning, John.
Blue Moose had a good Sunday brunch.
Yeah, they did.
Really, I mean, they had a long, I mean,
Really?
everything imaginable. It was really good.
Yeah, the chef, you can't even get into it Sunday morning, or Saturday or Sunday morning.
Get up early.
Yeah,
No, that's kind of the point where you can't even do that. It's an hour and a half.
yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I won't wait that long. My dad was in the army. And so growing up, one thing my dad refused to do anywhere was stand in line. He had had enough of standing in line in the military. I was a kid, we never stood in line anywhere.
I love going this that way.
It feels like that's where it is there. I mean, even yesterday going to wash in the truck, you gotta sit there and wait.
Yeah, not my dad.
I'm with your dad on that, but I don't like it.
I go on off time.
Saturday evening, because we've been to church and after church, and the game got out at the same time. And of course, a lot of people I think left early.
Yeah,
Went into Patron. And there was a couple people sitting there, but they'll take your number and people are, they said it'll be an hour. Wait, I said, not for me.
no.
She just laughed. I said, I know.
Yeah, my dad and I never waited in line. He would not tolerate that.
My uncle, he said he wouldn't go to a buffet either. He says,
Nah.
they bring the food to me. I'm not going through the line.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, the game, it was pretty cold up towards the end of the game.
Oh,
In the
that's why
stadium.
everybody's cleared out.
And I saw a lot of people left early. So they're probably the restaurants warming up. But I had a blanket, underwear, long underwear on and everything. I was toasty.
We were waiting to walk in before church. One of the guys back there had done his phone, told what the game is. 49
Yeah,
49-14. Go, wow. So the priest got up and started announcing. He says, just so you all know, if the score is 49-14, you don't have to worry about the game. Put your phones away. Pay attention.
that's good. That's good. You get a lot of people on Saturday night.
Not when there's a game, like it's a pretty small crowd.
Yeah.
Usually you got the guys tend to be before we go, but and when there's a noon, like a 1 o'clock game, so they're just getting out because everybody goes, oh, we'll stop in there.
Yeah.
So then they sleep
And
in.
when you sleep in,
And
yeah.
it gets packed. So the
Huh, that's interesting, yeah. We used to have Saturday services, but Sundays are getting pretty sparse for.
John Jeremy's out, met with Monty Weedle this morning.
Yeah,
He needed to borrow some drywall tools, so
Oh.
more work.
he's still around, huh?
Yeah, he's working on a project back home.
Huh.
He gets it's like 15 minutes from his mom, so that was his only complaint. And he loves it. They get to spend time together, but she's cooking nonstop for him. And he says, my numbers are going wrong.
Yeah, yeah.
A lot happening there, And he said, Mom.
Now, where did he go?
Butler. I think.
Butler. Okay.
Bueller.
Bueller.
That sounds right. some family farm project he's
Oh.
doing all the work on, and she lives like 15 minutes from there, so he's staying there.
Bring some
He said he's
joy.
gonna call him today, though, he needed a rest.
Oh.
He even texted me over the weekend, you got this tool or that tool. I just hope he realizes that at his age, if you fall off those stilts, you won't heal.
Oh,
No.
no.
I was on stilts professionally for years, so I'm not so anxious to get up on them anymore, even at my age.
I don't even like
Those
to
guys
get on
do it all the
ladders.
time. They,
Oh, yeah, I used to have the
like,
stilts jacked up that high, to do garages and, I could run on them, but nowadays. It's a long ways to fall.
yeah,
No. Ladders are bad enough. Stairs, no.
Ready, commissioners?
Yeah.
First report we have, commissioners, is the 2023 year-to-date wages and overtime compared to budget report. And you see in the upper right-hand corner, this blue section here, we're at 83.33% point in time of the year. That's just what we use as our barometer, commissioners, for that far right column to kind of see, where departments are budgetarily on all aspects, but this portion here is just for personnel. Those highlighted in the red are those that are above that at this point in time. That does not mean overall that they're over at this point in time, which the next report will show that. Always like to point out the middle column there, overtime, spent percentage of wages. In the past, that's been a concern of the commissioners. Of course, the highest one's EMS ambulance, but remember, commissioners and public, that the overwhelming majority of that is budgeted to the 24/7, 365-day schedule they have. Overall, we're just 4.35% overtime. Excuse me?
what happened to the health department? That shows more on the next one.
Oh, there you go.
They're already over for the year. If you look at the next one, it shows
Here at this number here.
the next report that goes by the quarter, there's something goofy in there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it looks like a formula error to me.
Because in the next one,
I don't have a pin.
if you go to, like I say, if you go to the next one by quarter, their quarterly, their third quarter is 3 times the first quarter or the second
And
quarter.
I'll check on that, commissioners.
Yeah, their overtime is only
Yeah.
dollars, so
Not
that's,
overtime, it shows that the other one's salaries were 99,113 and then 322.
Yeah.
That's for the quarter.
yeah, there's something wrong there. Yeah, sure.
There's something drastically wrong there because they don't have that much overtime.
Well, it isn't overtime, well, then, all right. See, the next one, breakdown should be better, but if something's wrong in the
Yeah.
third quarter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
check that.
580.
Point that out. Any other questions on any of those others, commissioners? Next report's a little more detailed breakout of regular salary, seasonal, and overtime for each department. Stand, feel better. A little bit more detailed breakdown. If you get a chance to go through those numbers and have any questions, let us know. Next report is 2023 year-to-date budget activity for all departments. Once again, barometer's 83.3%. You can see those highlighted in blue. This first page is all general, so it's not any budgetary concern statutorily, unless the entire county general is looking like it may exceed the budget when we need to do a budget amendment. Individual departments do not need to do budget amendments by state law. Of course, insurance and fares get a overwhelming majority of their costs, if not all of them, paid by now the corner. That's anyone's best guess from one year to the next on how many of those services we're going to need. That's always kind of hard to predict. Insurance is cyclical, should balance out by the end of the year. General fund transfers, we did some additional transfers this year, and that's why that is higher. Always like to point out the 2 lines down from the third blue section. County general, we're at 38.19. Remember, that's where we have the budget stabilization amount. It is typically a lower percentage than most departments. Any questions on that first page, commissioners? Next page, health department there, 84.38, just a little bit over. Should balance out by the end of the year, but we will keep an eye on it. Community corrections, Same, and solid waste, those are ones Brittany and I have been talking about, keeping an eye on which ones we need to do the budget amendment for at the end of the year. Any questions on that second page? Third page is all enterprise funds. I'd like to point out no ad valorem tax dollars are used here. It's all fees and assessments paid by those individuals who own property or live in those districts. And currently they're all doing well. You can see Lakeside Heights a little bit above, but it's not like it's a very large budget number. An expenditure. Any question on that page? Next report is 2023 year-to-date budget activity for general, that department I was talking about, the general overall. See, we have the budget stabilization of 4 million. That's what helps hold that percentage atypically low compared to the rest of them. And everything there's pretty normal. The personnel, I like to remind commissioners, no personnel get paid out of their hourly or monthly or weekly salary. It is all for separation of service. And of course, on that, we always try to do our best guesstimate on what it's going to be. As Elizabeth points out, we have several that are eligible for retirement and separation of service, but we just don't always know when those individuals are going to retire. But right now, we're doing pretty good. Any questions on that page? This next page is a comparison of 2023 budget compared to 2022, October to October of 22 and 23, and also year-to-date difference. Just a little snapshot to see comparatively how departments are doing compared to the previous year. Any questions on those reports? Next report is RCPD expenses paid by Riley County. Inmate medical, of course, commissioners know. Inmate medical is the sole responsibility of Riley County, as well as building maintenance. There's no other public entity that provides funding for that. We pay 100% of that, which is in addition to our 20% appropriation. Any questions on that page?
Overrun that.
Huh?
Overrun there.
Yeah, I like this next page a little bit better. Shows you comparatively where we are compared to previous years. Inmate medical's been anything related to inmate medical's been a concern. Plus, the average daily population is so high, and so that and building maintenance, as you can see, is going up again. So yeah, we do anticipate doing a budget amendment for that one. Any questions there, commissioners? Fortunately, there is a cost of doing business. Offsite inmate medical expenses paid by Advanced Correctional Healthcare. You can see where we are there. Already exceeded our pool balance by $5,000. Average daily population up here has 126, which is a high number. You understand, I believe the courts are getting through some of the cases, so hopefully that will help those numbers go the correct direction. We have had a conversation with Mr. French at RCPD about potential discussions of additional nursing hours, and so it was a real good gentleman to talk with, and so he takes a real practical approach, and he understands the financial impact, and he isn't going to shoot for the minimum on something like that. He's going to do it pretty conservatively, I feel, if we have to do something. But once again, you guys as commissioners have the approval if we add any services or not. Any questions on that page, commissioners? Get through those reports, commissioners. Have any questions at any time, just give me a call or drop us an email, and we'll get you more detailed information, and we'll look up that. I believe that's one by our on the health department there, commissioners. So everything else straight. Next, you have Mr. Ellerman at 9:15. Thank you. Good weekend. It's okay. How old your granddaughter now?
6 months next week.
Starting to be a little bit more fun now.
Yes.
That's the stage I'm waiting for.
It's gonna be crawling here before long if you don't stand up first.
Those are the ages I like.
I had one of ours, that was my son. Before he crawled, he would stand up. He couldn't walk, he'd stand up. And then sit down and scoot over somewhere. He couldn't figure out how to walk, but he figured out how to stand up.
Our son walked early at 10 months, but he was one. The only way he ever crawled was never on his knees. He only did the army crawl. He went from army crawling to walking. The kid never got on his knees for some reason. They're fun at those ages.
That was me too. I figured out how to get out of the crib and I was on my feet and gone.
That's one of the
And
stories.
about 2 or so, I also decided how to get on a tricycle and go down the highway by myself.
That's fun.
Yeah,
I did something like that when I was really young too. That was when I attempted to crawl out of my crib, my parents said, and I was hanging, screaming from the other side because I wouldn't laugh. I was almost there. It looked kind of far, I guess, to drop. I don't know.
I was up and over and down and on my way. Walked before I crawled. I can't believe Thanksgiving's next week.
Yeah, I know. My daughter from Oklahoma gets to come home for a week, so she'll be here on Friday, so that'll be good.
It's good.
Except, mom's not too good at the sharing thing because the twin sister is going to go stay with her twin sister who has her first niece to be with the niece for a while, I wasn't too sure she liked that. But that's what she's doing.
Little jealousy there, huh? Territorial jealousy.
But she doesn't get to spend as much time with Michaela because she is in Oklahoma. So, but yeah, Michaela is all about that new niece for sure.
Sure, yeah.
That won't be long. Will be a second one. It sounds like.
She says not until mom retires because with her being away, she wants mom to be able to take off a month and come help her out. So, and the husband who's in football, needs to get a better paying on the totem pole in the football area, So
That's gonna take a couple of years.
that's a hard road to go, and she's doing good, she's a physical therapist, so they're doing fine, but
Yeah, but
get that additional expense of a kid.
Around
Mhm.
for a while.
Hopefully, she's got a job that moves around with him.
Yeah, that job, if she can get a job anywhere.
She'll probably get a job in any athletic department that he ends up at.
And she's been doing it private business, but she just had a chance to leave. Someone really wanted her, and then the place she's working at found out she was leaving. So she just basically got to name her a price on it was reasonable to stay and get better hours and get to a better office within the area. And so, she's got a great personality and a hard worker. So
Let's get that from my mom.
yeah,
Personality part.
personality for sure. Although no, she called me one day there in their apartment, their air conditioning wasn't working. She called me up, Dad, you'd be proud of me. Let them have it.
Gotta do that.
I was one of Jan's, my niece was cousin's daughter, married a guy, a football coach. And he said, God, they're moving every year or two.
Oh yeah,
Well, it's bounced around.
That's that.
He's with the Chiefs now.
that's that
Been there
business.
for a while, which is good because
Mhm.
she was from Kansas City, but
Yeah,
he started in Iowa and some small college down, or no, he was at Oklahoma State for a while. Went back to some place in Iowa. Then went to somewhere on the East Coast. Villanova, I think there was a two, but been around. Then he got somehow I moved up to pros. He was in St. Louis and Minnesota. I can't remember which one, and then he went to New England. And then when Spagnuolo came to Kansas City, brought him with him.
yeah, that'd be Logan's dream. The pros. That kid is all about football. It's been his whole life, and he was quarterback. And yeah, his brother's works in recruiting in South Carolina. He's a younger brother. Got an entry level at recruiting on South Carolina, and so he's really trying to get Logan up there because he wants someone there with him. So we'll see.
Yeah, and that's, I think it's a lot of those connections.
That's all football is. It's all
Moving around,
connections.
You just gotta get caught up with the right coach, head coach to.
Just don't get connected to Jimbo Fisher at the moment.
Well, I don't know.
I don't see him coaching for a while.
Why would you work again in your life?
Exactly.
He's in these late 50s, I think he said.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I got enough hobbies. I'd say I'm good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but in some of those guys, Saban's what, 70 something?
Uh-huh.
He's still going. Belichick,
Yeah.
the same. He
You'd
might
be
be
amazed,
somewhere
though.
else.
How many people don't have hobbies? So we had a commissioner like that, and it was Bob Newsom who sat there, he retired, but he wasn't a guy that had outside hobbies. So that's why he wanted to work, and some people that don't have those hobbies, that's why they keep working. That is all they've ever known. Ready for Mr. Ellerman?
Yes.
Good morning, Commissioners. John Ellerman, Public Works, with my monthly update. Couple of these here that aren't in blue have not much been happening on. We did open bids a couple weeks ago on Patsy Creek. I'm waiting for the contract to return from Reese Construction. They were wanting to start after Thanksgiving, but no contract. There may not be starting that soon. We look like we're gonna do Parallel Road, maybe early January bid date for it, so that's coming along. Rock and Union Road structures, creek or cast in place culverts have both been poured and waiting on cure time and backfill is what we're working on now. So those should be opened up here now, probably within the next few weeks. By the next time I report, they should be opened up, ready to go. I'm guessing. Marlette, with some discussion with Brian at the city, I think they're gonna hold off on the road portion right now, but they're shorthanded. Yeah. They just don't have the time to put into doing that type of work that they need to do on the project. However, I think their parts do wanna participate in the trail along that portion of Marlette. See if we can't work that out into the design and pay their portion of that. And we're looking at working the design up through the intersection of Browning, making an eastbound right turn lane and a westbound left turn lane in there as we go through and end at the west side of the intersection. That trail may go up to Cataracts. From there, just to have some walking ability for Cataracts at the time. And we need to be working on an MOU put together or something like that, so we can get an agreement made with the city into who's paying for what on that project. So that's kind of slow moving, but starting to move a little bit. Parks Department is planting some trees and planting a bunch of saplings. They got, I don't know, quite a few of them. One time for a real cheap price, and they planted them around Fairmont and the other parks too. And then they went back and bought some larger trees that more established that. Most of them, I think, went out to Fairmont, but then a couple others getting some too. They're working on the shelter at Eats, on the eaves and standing. Some of the woodwork there, winterizing irrigation systems. They completed their broadleaf spraying. They installed a concrete pad and a covered bench at Keats Park.
Where was that at?
I'm not sure exactly where it got placed.
They were just there the other day. I didn't see it. I wasn't
They
looking
must have done a
for it.
really good job putting it back and didn't notice it.
Camouflage.
Well, I wasn't really looking for it, so I.
There's some seating, overseating in the areas. There's a lift station at Fairmont that we've had TCA come look at, but in the meantime, they closed the restroom a little early. Like they normally do in the winter time, so they closed a little early. Getting equipment ready for winter and doing evaluations. Everybody's starting to do should be in the middle of doing their evaluation.
Okay.
Operations crew, asphalt shouldering on various roads throughout the county. They installed a couple of culverts for townships. We made, and they are installing the sign. They did Friday, and maybe they signed to install the post on Friday and install the sign today at the EMS station in Leonardville. After the overlays have been done in the ceiling, all the pavement markings have been restriped and refreshed. Bridge crew doing some small structure repairs. The gravel crews doing some grading, cleaning the ditches as the weather allows them to. Looks like today it might be, as the weather stays cooler, start the mornings off doing some crack sealing here before long, I imagine. We had some precast culverts that we want to install. The Homestead Road one is completed. Sweet Creek will be the end of this month, probably after Thanksgiving for December. When we had it scheduled, the rain that was supposed to come put them off a little bit. They want to close the road when they do it, and it's a dirt road past. Not giving the residents that live out there a really good way in and out, so they push that off until they get some drier weather. If you remember, you approved Eric Zickenhart, our gravel crew supervisor, to go to the snow rodeo. He came back with 4th place in the motor grader division, 17th in the loader, and 30th with the skid steer. And each one of those had 60 to 100 competitors in each section. And we did do some crack filling for the cities of Randolph and Riley for a couple of weeks. We have all of our dump trucks. And last one is, I think, been tagged and ready for third. So we're ready to go. I'm starting to look at maybe putting together a list of equipment for another purple wave auction. I have one position open I've been holding on to, trying to figure out where I want. I really like to make it an operator, but I got 2 other people in that position doing it now. So I'd like to make a purchasing agent and move one of those into an operator as the time allows it, or when things happen to make it, let that happen. So University Park Lagoon, we did some core drilling for the lagoons around hole number 5 in the burn pit out there. We want to move over and do a couple more. They're supposed to be here maybe, I think, around December to do those extra borings. Still trying to see if the neighbors will let go of some land, but not looking so good right now. As y'all know why. The applications have been, Evan's working hard on his applications for the state revolving fund, and he has set up a hearing for it that's required, just a formality for the application. The USDA grant loans have been submitted, waiting to hear from them. And we submitted all our paperwork that was required for that small town water and sewer grant. We're just waiting to hear from them. Any final things they may have on. EMS headquarters, I still have public safety headquarters on here. I need to probably update that too. David's been doing a good job updating on that. We're going through final plans, looking at the engineering of some of those and rezoning of the area. We're trying to, we have to do a public meeting, then to go through the process of rezoning that through the public, our city planning. I do have a draft copy of draft final of the local road safety plan. I need to read through And get back to them yet this week before the final comes out. I'm not sure what to say about that really right now. Some of those projects may be bigger or more than what we want to do, or not really kind of ideal type of things that I'm not sure in my mind are really priorities. As you look through all the history and the stuff there, I don't know if the accidents are high enough to really in my mind to promote them, but we have I don't know how to share it with like 200 pages. I didn't want to share it yet until maybe you're ready to see it. But I'm working on that. That's getting close to being finished, and that opens up some high-risk rural roads and safety funds to available for us, which we have one. The election room down here, we're waiting on the door and some locking hardware before we can get started on the inside to make that work. But the ramps to the alley for the election equipment have been installed, and I haven't heard that they worked or didn't work. Or
Great improvement.
Michael didn't come yelling at me, so I thought they were okay.
It was all done with John's staff, who did a great job.
Yeah, well, the architects have the design schematics that Rich and Susan approved for upstairs. Getting ready to start on that. We've met with restoration and waterproofing to see what happens maybe with some of that stuff in the walls. And we met with the structural engineer Thursday morning to look at some of the cracks we had in the ceiling. And we spent some time outside on the roof too, so we might have structurally, I think he was okay. It's something, it was all pretty favorable, not much to worry about there. Just maybe some roofing and some sealing up so the water getting in. That is going to be the main culprit of any problems we have there right now. Is water.
That's really good news.
Yeah, it is good news. Yeah.
So the last few months, we've had 3 or 4 incidents where some damage, some mess has been left in Keats shelter after use.
And the inside where the.
Inside mess, they're not cleaned up well. We had some paintball things going on out there that they got inside too. Baby reveal, gender reveal shower that left some residue on the walls. That no damage, but stuff that takes time to clean up, and it's only really a big problem when you double rent it. You got a group in the morning and a group in the afternoon. They don't clean up for the afternoon or the next day use, and we don't care. Typically have our guys go out there and check it before and after each use. So then they're left on their own to do that. And then you get the call from the next group, hey, this is a mess. And we're looking at maybe stuff we'll bring to you before, but we're looking at maybe what either charge for the rental or definitely a deposit. And then, I don't know if you give them more than one chance or put your name on the do not rent to lease to leave list.
Well, how would you control that? Because people go in there other times and the times that you rent them, how would you control that?
Well, if we were to do a deposit or even rent it out, my thought is we'd have to have somebody come in on call. Go check it out after the first group or the second group.
Yeah. Okay.
Which is then gonna cost us a little bit more in overtime. And then set personnel time to manage that. Not ideal. But we continue to have that kind of things happen, then we might have to do something to help prevent that.
That's too bad.
Mhm.
That's where we're at in the world today. It's not surprising.
I think I've got all my research done on Kansas Avenue and to Riley County. Speed checks, traffic counts. And just need to write up a resolution and get it run through Clancy office before I submit to you. I think the request is to reduce speed from 45 to 30 in the town, on that east side of town. With that speed, the development, a few more homes in the development outside city limits, and a few kids that are walking into school in the morning and home in the afternoons. The request was to lower the speed limit. As of right now, the speed counts 85 percentile, about right on. Up there right at town, I get Lost Bird Dog Drive is the first one there. It's right at 47, 48 miles an hour. So it's pretty close to the 45 where it needs to be. As you get out to the other end, those speeds increase to 50, 55. So I'm got that comment for you to sign off. I'm not sure what my recommendation. The engineer side says it's not necessary, but that ultimately it is up to you guys to say yes or no what you want to do there. So that's coming up soon. Hopefully, I can get that to you before the end of the year. The crews managers are working on specifications for the equipment you approved in the CIP. Couple dump boxes, pickups, or a little heavier 550 size truck. So those will be coming through soon, or you'll see purchase orders for. We had a similar issue to the Keats Park with the restroom down at the transfer station. During COVID, the restrooms are closed, right, just to prevent people from being out and about that didn't need to be out. But the first of the year, I had requests from some of the haulers to open them back up so they can use them. We did, with the caveat that if they get messed up and damaged, then we're going to close them back down. If that happened, they left them a mess. It's not right for hand crews or our custodians to be cleaning them up like that. And I mean, at least not that bad. So we locked them back up, and you've got one of the haulers have been calling, demanding that we open them back up again. And I'm not sure we have the responsibility of supplying public restroom for them to use. So that's where we're at for now. If you hear some grumblings that you're not allowing them to use the restrooms, that's why.
You hear some haulers hollering.
Haulers hollering, yeah.
Okay,
We did do some scrapping not too long ago. We finished that up a few months ago with the scrap metal on white goods. I did take a tour of the LEC, or more so the jail, and got quite a big list of wishes and wants. And some I see as necessary, some I see as want, desires. Now we work through either budget or CIP, and the others would be, is it building related or is it not? So, that'll be coming. I think some of those are definitely building related that will be have to come through. See how we can do that. We might have a couple of projects on the CIP we could drop off and help down some of the stuff. And one more thing I forgot to put on here that I was been talking to Tom Rossum, who's on the board at the Riley County Rural Water District #1. They are looking for a water tower site for a new tower up north to help supply offsets and be prepared to have plenty of water for supply up in that area. They've done some preliminary phone calls and looking for land and not having much luck. And nobody wants a water tower, nobody wants clean or dirty water on their front.
Nobody wants anything.
Which area did you say that is?
North County.
Okay, how far?
How far north?
Well, he's asked if we would be open to allowing a water tower on our property up there at the Public Works. And they're eyeballing.
That's not very far north.
That's not,
No, not as far. I think they would rather have been a little further. But they've asked. They're eyeballing the area between the park shop and the highway. There's that big grassy area in between. There that could house a water tower. They're looking at, I think, 300,000 gallons.
and that would supply the North County, or how far up would it go?
Right there.
They already have one, right?
That's a long
Doesn't make
ways
any
to go.
They just need more storage space.
They have plenty of space. They have to supply the growth that's going on there.
You need to go further north.
Well, yeah, I would say, we have the Public Works thing at Leonardville that isn't used very. I mean, there's big space there.
I don't know how that interferes with. I don't know where Leonardville gets their water.
It's not rural.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, but it just seems like.
But that was
it's all
something they've
like-
been eyeballing and asking about, and I kind of told them I'm open, but I come and get your feelings on how you would think about that if worse comes to worse and they need a spot to go to tower. If we consider that it's. And he knows they would have to come to commission for permission or ask, but he come through me first to get my. I see some benefit to make sure, ensure there's plenty of water. That's where the fairland goes, where there's some development areas that are up there that's been planned in the comprehensive plan. Yeah, I believe there is a water tower across the street and now and a few, a little bit, but.
The shop gets their water from the city, correct?
It's real water.
That's rural water.
Yeah.
Okay, because it's interesting, because I know the mission of rural water is not to provide it to businesses and or maybe a fair. I don't know, but I just know that they're very strict about just doing it for housing. They're not designed for fire flow and stuff like that.
No, not fire.
I've just talked to Tom and those guys about that before, and they're very strict. It's just to help rural residents and their residential housing. So I don't know, just something to think about to be sure that if the fair or something else is placed out there.
Yeah, he told us, one of the first things I mentioned to him when he was.
Good.
I think he's got that in his mind that the fair would be supplied by fairgrounds. I don't need an answer.
If you do let them do it, be sure that they, in the contract, provide, Clancy, provide in the contract the cost to remove the wind turbines.
Now you got it. Speaking of that,
Non-functioning wind turbines, I should
we
say.
had two of them. We took down ourselves. This last year. The one, the brakes broke and it just kept spinning and there's no way for us to stop it. So I've had a few people call me nervous about it, mostly within our complex and in the office. So
Or it'll spin off.
she was afraid that it would spin off, and I told, she didn't like it when I said I'd like to see that happen, but. She yelled at me a little bit. I just thought it would be interesting this year.
How far would that thing
How far
go?
would it fly? Yeah.
Exactly.
I didn't want anybody hurt, I just wanted to see it happen.
Commissioners.
So we took the tower down. We had enough room and we did it where we pushed it over out of the way, no one get hurt. And the concern was now gone. And then a little small one in front of the Public Works office, we were able to just lift up, unbolt and take down. I don't know if there anything special that we needed to do with them. We might we're looking at maybe putting on that purple wave option. If nothing else, it's still for scrap.
Let's talk about, before you do that,
I-
there's one wrong headed connection to,
That's the big one.
okay, the one still there.
Yeah.
Is that the only one?
But there's two more up.
Through K-State?
I think the one big one is the one through the case state.
Okay, well, let's talk about that again
Right.
first.
So we got them sitting behind the fence right now, out of the way. No one's really missed them, that they're gone, but
All that free energy? Nobody's.
yeah. I don't know how much energy it was making, but.
I can tell you.
Okay.
So keep in mind the water. It's not our idea. I'm sure he'll be back. What not? And I might just point them in your direction if they're really serious about putting one there. Okay. Any other questions? Any questions at all? Thank you.
I didn't know if they'd already done you.
No, we haven't.
Okay.
John's kind of long winded today. Didn't realize how much time he had there, didn't he?
Well, but it was exciting stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Tell you know.
You ready, commissioners?
Yes,
I want to announce to everyone that we are having a change in the cancel. The election was originally scheduled for November 20th. We're going to change that. We have changed that to this Thursday, the 16th at 9:50. A couple reasons that we're doing that. We're going to try and do that in the future with all elections because, as we know, in the last state election, you know how we had statewide recounts. There are strict laws in place that whenever you ask for a recount, that you have to do it immediately, the day after the canvass. So if someone was to, on that week, ask for a recount after a canvass, then that jeopardizes my election staff having to work through Thanksgiving. Because then once they request a recount, we only have so much time to get that recount done. And so that's why we're going to make that change this year. We're going to try to in the future. This month, November's horrible to try and timeline that stuff out because the same problem we have on a bigger election such as next year is getting all of the work done before Veterans Day holiday. So staff that have been working overtime for 2 months can enjoy that long weekend and have everything done for our audit board and our write-in boards. And Commissioner Ford shared some information on someone complaining about the elections process timelines. And here's what people don't understand is, the elections actually start 45 days before election day, and staff's been working on it for 2-3 months prior to that. We concluded the election day, which is just the unofficial. Everyone has to remember there are no winners of any race at this point in time. They're only unofficial results. They're not done until the canvass. But last week I had to select which precinct was going to be audited, which is a new requirement. So I draw out of the hat a precinct that we audit. So right now, the audit board is going through and reviewing that precinct's all the votes by hand. That's a new process we have to do. And then we have to submit the results of that audit to the Secretary of State, who has to give us the okay, your audit was okay, before we can even hold the canvass. If we were to hold the canvass before the audit, the Secretary of State would null and void the canvass and make us do it over again. So people just don't understand all of the state laws that we have to follow through the entire process. They think, you should have all elections completed immediately, and it's ridiculous that you don't. Well, there are laws we have to follow. I took an oath to follow state and federal laws, and Commissioner Leach, while I'm here, we'll do that. So we have the audit board today, and then we have the write-in board tomorrow. You can't finish write-ins until you've got all the ballots in. We just finalized getting all the ballots in by mail today from yesterday that were marked by election day on last Friday. So there's just so many moving parts that people aren't aware of, and we do it as timely as we can, but people have to realize that there's work that has to be done between each of those, and there are processes we have to follow. So that's why, a long-winded answer to why we're changing those timelines. There's a lot of work that goes into it, a lot of laws that we have to follow step by step before we can get there. So we will be having the canvas on November 16th, this Thursday at 9:50. Also, there will be 123 provisional ballots that will be presented to the Board of County Councilors to consider. And of course, we'll have the recommendations on which should be valid or not valid through that process.
You said counselors, commissioners.
Commissioner,
I
sorry.
don't need a board of county counselors, I'm sorry.
Oh, boy, that is a nightmare. Sorry.
Sounds like Paradise.
Board of County canvassers. Just on elections, we had lots of favorable comments on the new election equipment. I think Commissioner Ford mentioned that, but at all the polling places, got a lot of favorable reviews from people not asking for it. They said, we really like that. And so that was a good move for us and appreciate the board's support on supporting that, as we recommended. So commissioners have any questions?
When you're auditing one precinct, does that mean you get all those paper slips?
They get all the paper clips out and the audit board's going through it and counting it by hand. Yep, every county, we have to pull one from a hat out of all of them are in a hat or can or whatever you use, it's paper, pull it out. That's the one we'll audit randomly. You have to do 1% of all of yours. And so that's why we just have to do one, And so, we have a outside audit board come in and go through those one by one. And then submit the results to the Secretary of State's office. Of course, it should finish by noon. We'll submit it to them and they have 105 throughout the state at some point in time to review. And so after they review ours and say your audit's good, we have to be sure we get that approval before we can even conduct the canvass. Because like commissioners know, we have weekly meetings with the Secretary of State's office via Zoom every Wednesday at 3:30. And he said unequivocally, if you hold your canvass before we say your audit was good, then you have to redo your canvass. So there's just a lot of moving parts in this month, like I say, spoiled with the two holidays because I make a concerted effort. Those people are election staff and my entire office is burnt out at that point in time. And those people need to get out of the office because they've been working a ton of overtime, and that's the emphasis for me. Any questions? Okay, thank you, commissioners. Now for Mr. Holman.
Morning, Commissioners. Clive P. Holman, Riley County Councilor. You've had before you in your packets the project list. Just rolling through, be glad to answer any questions you got on it. Once again, it's a snapshot of activity during the recent reporting period. For the italicized information, most recent entries, particularly the italicized and bolded information. That's the most recent on each section. We've got the annual legislative conference, of course, coming up in December 14th. We've extended invitations to department heads that they'd like to show up. I'll be sending out to our delegation the agenda with those three issues that we're going to be talking about. Of course, the restart potentially of LABTR, also that continuing resolution on freezing real property values, and then also the unincorporated area nuisance abatement statute, the possibility of getting some action on those items during the upcoming state legislative session. But again, I'd be glad to answer any questions you got. The next item the near-term item you'll see next will be this Thursday. Will be a hearing that was set on appropriately for the cost increase on the Keats project. And that's actually, I would like to just remind the board that the issue before you is just that. That is the purpose of that hearing. It's not intended to be because public comment will be allowed for anybody who wants to show up. I suspect I will be the timekeeper because nobody else has in the past waved their hand and said they want to do it. And I don't want to do it either, but I'm at the end of the table, so I get to do it.
Well, and you're really good at it too.
Yeah. Nice try. Nice try. But I will do that, and it's up to the board to control the meeting and to make sure that it stays focused on the issue that's actually before this next. Because under state law, Like Rich's office, we think it's a good idea to follow state law. When you have a cost increase like we've had in that project over time, as all the different issues have been discussed and continue to come up, costs have, guess what, not gone down. As we go through the various considerations of what to do about a project for that community. And so that's the issue before you, whether or not it's feasible. Okay. And the only reason I'm mentioning that is because easily, when you have something that has this much emotion, and sometimes you can get, which is understandable, you can get sometimes comments will trail off into other items, or people will be under the misimpression that this is some kind of a vote of someone other than this board, because it's your decision whether or not the project is feasible as you listen to the comments. And it relates to cost of the project. Just want to highlight that. Usually the great thing, and I've said this before, and I still believe it, one of the greatest things about living in the Midwest and working in the Midwest is people tend to behave themselves. And we kind of sometimes lose sight of the fact that that just happens, as a result of the culture in this part of the country. And it's a good thing, because it means even in those items where there's a lot of emotion involved, people will follow the rules. That's good for not just for the board, but also for the person keeping time. So,
And it's a 3-minute.
we traditionally give it 3 minutes.
Sorry.
There's nothing set in stone about that. I mean, you don't want to be unreasonable. But say you had a crowd that was even bigger than what you might normally see on that foundation. I don't know that this one, I have no way of, you never know how many folks are going to want to show up. You could take time away from work to come in for something like this, but regardless, you'll have the hearing and you can make a decision. Well, if it's packed, then maybe we don't go with 3 minutes. Maybe we go with 2 minutes. I mean, I don't know. I don't think you want to go below that. And you're entitled to say things as you normally do about, if you're here and you've already heard somebody say something out of respect for everybody else who's here and wants to talk, don't just repeat something, if you please. And people generally don't. They generally, as long as I said, it's one of those things. As long as they know what the rules are, they'll comply with it.
Yeah, and there will probably be people, I would imagine there'd be people here that aren't in a taxing district.
Well, in the benefit district.
Or in the benefit
That could
district,
be.
yeah.
There's nothing that stops them
Anyone.
from speaking. It's anybody the chair recognizes can come up here and speak. But you can govern it. There's nothing wrong with politely telling someone, well, I understand that we're now talking about something outside the district. We're talking about some other property or whatever. If this won't happen, there won't be anything. I can't imagine that far afield. You would have the ability to say, I'm sorry, we've got limited time here. We've got half an hour. And out of respect for those that are here to talk about the cost of the project, you'll need to finish your replies. I mean, I can't imagine that's even going to happen, but I want you to understand what your authority is. And it is something that, and that's the reason why it's scheduled as a public hearing by the board. I mean, you still have to conduct business and you have to get to what it is that you're there to do that day. And it's to make a decision. Is it feasible given this cost increase? Estimated. Let me say that as an exception on the town sites. Estimated project cost, as it always is, because with any project, until you're done, you do not know until the project is over. That's when you know how much it's really going to cost. So, with that good news, that's all I've got. Unless you've got questions on anything on a project list or.
One thing on the project, and because you have it actually under the BOCC, if it's not working on a fire district project.
Let me go back here.
Is that one? Because and maybe it's taken care of. He had asked me today that notice to proceed on the Ashland station.
Yes.
Is that taken care of?
That's yes. As a result. Yeah, it was waiting for the decision on the contract. It was pending and that's done.
Yeah, the other day I forgot to ever mention something to you about it.
Sure, but it's always fair game. Anytime and anything that occurs to you on this, I'll give the standard that sometimes I've gotten out of the habit of mentioning. If you have questions,
on anything that's on here or any other legal issue pending for the county, you can always chat with me individually. And no board's ever been shy about that. That's all I have, unless you have something. Thank you.
Okay, that's the end of business. I did have something else I wanted to talk about. Several weeks ago, we got the request from a prior request for a consultant for space planning for the offices of all the county. And I gave it a lot of thought after that. And then I got to thinking that in my professional career as a residential designer, I always started with like consultants, with a survey of the clients and ask them, you know, how do they want to use the space? How much do you have? And then always use that as a basis before I got in the process of designing something. And so I thought, well, so I've been working on developing a questionnaire to give to the county, to all of our officials. And I was hoping to get something drafted up and to you before the meeting today, but I just, you know, last week was kind of crazy, so I didn't. But anyway, I've kind of come up with a preliminary workspace analysis. And I thought I'd have the two of you take a look at this and, you know, make comments. It's also, you know, it would save us some money and, you know, some time, and it would really get the county, the department heads involved in the process, which they were in the last one that was done in 2012. There was a lot of there was interviews, you know, short interviews with all the department heads to figure out what they needed and what the questions were and that kind of thing. So anyway, I wanted to give that to you to take a look at, see what you think. I would like to get this out if we agree to get this out, you know, soon to them so they could be taking a look at what they really need. Because, you know, it from the actual, spending $100,000 is a lot. If we can at least eliminate some of that and get
We
the
already know what
conversation
we know.
going. We know
we
that
do.
They're going to say they need space, but what kind of space? That's the thing.
And that's the expertise that we don't have, that we're going to have to transfer over to somebody at some point in time. The other point that something like this isn't going to do any good on is we're still 42,000 square feet short of what we need.
Well, we don't
We've been
know
arguing.
about what
Yeah, we do know that. It says it in the actual master plan from 12 years ago.
Yeah.
Which means at some point in time, with everything that we have, we're still going to be short. None of us have that answer.
Well, and that's
This isn't going to solve that. This isn't going to solve that issue.
It's not meant to.
We don't need redundancy. We need solvency. If we're not going to look at it seriously, I'm of the opinion then we just need to walk from it. Because we're going to continue to spin our tires back and forth and come back to the point that we're at right now.
But things have
And we have $100,000 if that's what it takes. We saw the update last week from economic development. That's the funds that we have that can be used for this. It gets us to that point. We've got to turn this over to somebody that knows how to do this because we don't have it.
John, just take a look at it. That's all I'm asking.
No, I'm already there. I don't need to be told what I already know. I already know where we're at.
Well, there are things in here like flexible hours, remote work.
Right.
It has a lot to do with space. So I just take a look
I'm
at
done
it.
with it. I'm walking from it.
Yeah, I spent some time on it. I would appreciate you to at least take a look at it and see what you think.
The problem with it is it's not going to get any easier, any cheaper. We've argued over this as a county for 12 years. We haven't come up with any answers to it. The master plan that we have.
Why do we need to do if we already know we're short of space, what does a study do?
The study actually gives us a blueprint. It gives us some direction to go. All we're going to do as a board of county commission is just continue to argue over it. It's a matter of opinions. It's a matter of all of that. If we don't get it to somebody that actually knows how to create space, then we're just going to twist our tires and I'm done with it. I'm going to move on to something else. John,
you're the one who said that you wanted to look ahead on.
I do.
Because things have changed.
If you haven't noticed, I've actually looked outside of that and started looking at space outside of this. I'm not saying it's gonna, because to be honest with you, I don't know if any of those spaces will actually work. And I know that we don't know if any of those spaces are gonna work, and this isn't gonna tell us
I
that.
haven't even looked.
It's not gonna tell us that.
Well, yeah.
I'm sorry for being blunt about it, but I don't need redundancy. I need solvency. If we're not willing to work towards that, we're just fooling ourselves here. And I'm gonna walk away from it. We're spending too much. I mean, we've spent 12 years arguing back and forth since that master plan. And I mean, I actually asked some other firms that have been kind of paying attention to this, what an estimate would be if we were to somehow, if we had the funds or had a plan to do the project. And it's gone from about 20 to 25 million to almost 60.
Well, yeah.
That's out of the question. We all know that at this point in time. So, I mean,
John, you have to start somewhere. That's what I was trying.
we have been starting somewhere. That's
It
the
was
point. We're
12
just,
years ago when we had an analysis of what the space needs for. You know, that's what I was.
how do we come up with 42,000 square feet? How are we gonna come up with that?
It was.
We're not gonna come up with that internally because we don't have the expertise to come up
If
with
we don't have
that.
money to do it, then why do anything? We don't have money to do anything, then just ignore it.
I didn't
all.
say we didn't have the money. I said we have the money to do at least a study and at least get
Yeah,
that
but you're
far.
saying we gotta have 40,000, we don't have the money to do that, so.
So then
Well,
let's
your
do nothing.
argument is-
So then let's do nothing at all.
Yeah, that seems to be your argument.
I think we need a plan yet, and I think it's really important to get the department heads involved in it more so than they have been in the past. Let them really tell us, you know, we need space and this is why. Basically, that's what I was trying to get to. So, we really have to just think about it for a while. That's all I'm asking.
I'm good. I'm done.
Is there anything else?
Next, commissioners, we have the county officials luncheon. Said incident support team milestone and employee recognition, which I don't know exactly what that is. But Elizabeth's not here. And then strategic planning 2024. So
I saw that was put on.
first two items, I don't know
I don't know what that is.
where those really came from. I know Russell discussed incident support team early on, and just what I thought the strategic planning one was, and I thought that was probably a broad enough discussion, was going to include this type of discussion here, you know, and so I figured that would probably take the lion's share of the time based on a department head meeting that I had missed out, where I know that the department heads had some robust discussion on space and needs. And I completely agree with Commissioner McKinley on, you know, if there isn't money to do it, then why spend, and you're not going to proceed with something, which that's something I have no idea what it is, then why do it, you know? But if you're going to do a study and, you know, want to proceed on it incrementally, don't mean building a $60 million facility, but you know, I thought that's kind of what this discussion, I mean, if you're okay, you know, what I really think this board needs to decide first is, like previous boards have done, and department heads have been very involved in all the other studies, very involved, each and every one of them. That this board needs to decide first, are you open to moving to another location, or is the emphasis going to be downtown? I think you as a board need to decide that. Other boards, my entire tenure, which has now been a day or two, one thing they agreed on, we were going to stay downtown, because there was discussion about other buildings. The one Farm Bureau, for instance, we even talked about contacting them about selling. So this board needs to make that decision first, then decide, are we gonna, you know, put in CIP if we do it incrementally like we did the shops, you know, $1 million, $1.5 million a year in CIP to start, you know, chipping away at doing it. We paid for the shops cash, and all of the public works staff is the ones that did all the groundwork and asphalt work out there to help reduce the cost. Now, there is a cost to that, because at that time, not as much work was getting done on the roads as well. I mean, there is a trade-off. And so that's what I would encourage this board and department heads are included in that discussion. Where do we best serve our community? At which location, and which can we do most affordable? And I've got some information at our meeting when we get strategic planning on, all the things that have been done and about how much has been spent with the emphasis of staying down here. Because there has been a plan, there have been steps taken incrementally to help solidify staying down here. And one of the first ones was purchasing this, and so it's just things you as a board, every board cannot be held to another board's decisions. I completely understand that. You guys can decide that we're going to move the administrative buildings out to the shops, which in what short term is left in my career, I'd love it. My drive would be much shorter. So if I could have an office right by John, it'd be great.
John, that's as far away as possible.
These are just decisions this board needs to make for our community and give guidance. But I agree. I think a plan should be done professionally. I honestly do, because I think times have changed. We don't, I think there are people that have visions of, how services will be provided. I think, frankly, services here should be provided a little differently on the customer service, and we could centralize some things, maybe cut down on staff and square footage. If we had more of a, I've always thought the city's model is good, where you walk in and there's one customer service for everything right there, and you kind of get it done. You can direct them to the treasurer's office, but I think there's different ways to do things that have evolved, and there's less and less people walking into the treasurer's office every day, because people my son's age are doing other transactions right off their phone, and it's happening. And so,
and we're moving elections upstairs,
So
free up some space.
I first think the agreements need to be made with the board on where we're going to stay. If we're going to stay here or look at going somewhere else is the first thing. And then you need to, if you're willing to put money towards doing some improvements to wherever you're going, then do the space study analysis. But don't waste the money if you're not going to spend
That's
some money on it.
yeah, that's what I was trying to get a start on it,
But this is
I already know that's where we're at. I just think time's more of the essence as well. It's not gonna get cheaper. I would like to stay downtown, but that 42,000 square feet, I know nothing about.
Mhm.
So would I like to stay downtown? Of course I would, but our current footprint, that's not possible currently.
Then a new modern study may show that we only need 20,000
Sure.
square feet based on how
So-
things are changing and stuff, but even if we gather this information, it's not going to be probably in the format that if we
Well,
take that next step and hire them. So department heads are going to have to fill out something like this again, is kind of how I would feel about it, and so why not do it in the way they want it done if this commission agrees on which direction we're going to go.
That's,
And you talked about incrementally, but I don't know how that would work here. I mean, out of public works, because there's a whole string of buildings, you could do it a piece at a time. But
Well,
here,
if I
you
can,
can't build one building for you over there and one over down the block
Well,
for somebody else.
well, my thought is there, and if you decide you're staying downtown, if this board decides you're staying downtown, one step's already doing the elections. Okay, Russell's moving out. So we're going to put $1 million on that floor, and we're going to do Russell's floor next. If you've already determined you're staying downtown, and then whatever you're going to do at the church, keep it and remodel, then, that's the next
40.
one. Then you put another $1 million or $2 million in it a year. So the first thing you got to do here is a little bit of what John's doing, because he's having them look at the moisture right there beside him as well, is, figure out how much you're going to put into this money. The first thing is windows and moisture infiltration. So you can do those things incrementally. Is what I'm, no, you can't build a new building incrementally, but
You can do
to me, I think, depending on how successful Mr. Holman is, we're in a rock and a hard place on the church. And so you're going to have to figure out, you do need significant, to Commissioner Ford's issue, you need much more significant square footage footprint somewhere.
There's 44,000 over there and sitting there deteriorating.
So that's how I think you could do something incrementally if you stayed here, or even if you bought another building somewhere else and purchase that building, remodel it at a floor at a time, and move us out of here, a department or floor at a time. And so that's what I'm talking about incrementally. But also the commissioners did do it piecemeal, is, do the dirt work first. And at that time, they were socking away cash in CIP and just letting it build up. So when you built the buildings, you could pay for it then. And so that's why it didn't have to go to a vote. And plus we sold the shop site, which give us a large amount to start up with. So That's what I meant by increment,
Yeah.
not thinking you could build a new building.
Yeah. Okay.
One thing, and that's why it's never gotten anywhere, frankly, in my opinion, is previous commissions. This has been a priority, commissioner, for every commission I have served with, starting with the first one. We had commissioners come in, we're going to get this done. Every one of them's told me that we're going to get this done. Never have, and it's because no one has thought a bond issue would be successful in passing at that large a scale. So if you don't think it's, then you got to figure out something else you're going to do. And that's why I suggest incrementally, if once you determine where you want to go.
Yeah, like I said before, there are spaces that can be redesigned to fit the apartment or fit the plan, so that's kind of where,
But what
it
plan?
needs to be looked at. But, the space needs is the plan, what space needs today. Maybe 12 years down the road, so I mean, there's just.
Because we had done tours of Lyon County's facility, which is a great example of a centralized administrative office. And, you have one checkpoint to go through with guards and a scanner and courts and everything is behind it, all in that one building. And they did that decades ago. And so there has been a lot of time and effort with staff and outside professional consultants looking into it, but ultimately there was never the ability to fund it or desire to check into fund, because part of that discussion, as Commissioner Ford knows, is the commission several times has had presentations on a public building commission. That is one way you don't have to take it out to a vote. And I know Commissioner McKinley smiles, but that's really why public building commissions were developed. And you'd be amazed, there are hundreds of them in the state of Kansas. And that is why they got done, because they couldn't get them passed. And you guys and department heads are elected and put in positions to really know the needs of the county more so than someone that doesn't work in that business every day. And if it's ultimately decided that it's so bad you have to proceed somewhere, no one likes doing that. None of the other public entities that have done that like that, but they are used very frequently throughout the state of Kansas. And yeah, I understand there's not the appetite for that. There never has previously. That's why it's never gone anywhere here. But there has been more hours than anyone can count through my 27 going on 28 years soon on this very subject.
I feel like we got to take a different approach than just the same old here. No offense. I
Well,
don't mean
look
it.
at it, John, I'm just asking you to look at it. I mean, you haven't even looked at it. Just throw it down and say, it doesn't matter. And, I'm trying to help solve a problem here and that's why I spent time on this. And I wanted you to see it before went any further. It's a preliminary thing, so. Anyway, but we need to look at those. And I'd like to solve the problems too. I know they're there. I'm just not aware exactly they are and what it is. Yeah, specifically. Anyways. Anything?
12 o'clock in here, commissioners. Get a motion, if I could, commissioners, to adjourn after that.
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion to adjourn after the county officials luncheon at 1 p.m.
No second.
As I moved and seconded to adjourn after the county officials luncheon at 1 p.m. All in favor?
Usually we do, yeah.
Yeah.
Because the
Lights are on.
Okay, welcome to the county official luncheon. Glad to see everybody here, and we have Elizabeth is not here, so we won't have those 2 items on the agenda, I guess. Is that correct, Rich?
I think the board still want to talk about strategic planning, the one director and personnel, which we scheduled for another time.
Okay. Anyway, let's talk about the first one here.
So if Mike would want to go ahead and pass those all around. So I talked to the department heads a while back about the incident support program, which for some that have been around a little longer, it used to be called the incident management team. And they've changed it to the incident support team. And what it is a group of trained individuals that can come and assist whenever there's a large disaster. And I clicked the right thing. There we go. And so I just wanted in the department head meeting, it was discussed, well, we should bring it to the commission to make sure the commission is okay with it. And I won't read through all of this, but I'll let you read through it. Essentially, it's a team of individuals from counties and cities, fire districts, hospitals, especially public entity hospitals that go to trainings to become part of the incident support team as the team. And so, as we know here, we have a lot of new department heads and people are constantly retiring out. The incident support team is pretty low on numbers, and they've asked us to push. KDM in particular have asked us to push and recruit members to join the incident support team. And the bulk of the people on that tend to be law enforcement, fire, emergency management, emergency medical, but there are plenty of positions for finance. People, so human resources, check in, check out, personnel management, liaisons, so sometimes legal makes a good liaison. So there are positions for almost anybody that's willing to participate. The only cost to the county is the person's time, so they're still on the payroll when they go to help. But I may be getting ahead of some of my slides here. These are the different regions. We're in the Northeast region, but the incident support team is a statewide team that can go to disasters throughout the state. And if people, it's all voluntary. So if you get called and say, hey, we just have a disaster and you have whatever going on and you can't go, you just say, oh, I'm sorry, I can't go this week or this weekend or tomorrow. There could be out of state deployments, but again, it's all voluntary. And you can say, no, I'm not going out of state, I'm only staying in the state. Here's just some of the different pictures of some of the Homeland Security assets that we have to support the team. And so like when there's a tornado or when there's a flood or when there's a earthquake or whatever there might be, these trailers are housed in different counties and they bring all the counties, bring them together. And those are what you work out of, because you don't know in that disaster location what the facilities may be, like, the courthouse may be destroyed or whatever their typical meeting rooms are. A couple times a year, there are trainings that you can go to keep fresh on some of the different things, focused on the different areas of need and position support. Here are some of the different positions. You got incident commander, liaison officer, safety officer, public information officer, et cetera, finance, logistics, managing the food, managing the supply. So, you don't have to be a cop, a fireman, an emergency manager, an EMS worker to participate in this. And again, the team is called out to help the locals manage their disasters, especially those disasters that are going to last days. We can fire up our EOC and we can get it staffed for that first 24 hours, but then when it's going to be a multi-day event, you need relief and you need people to come in and help. The incident management team or incident support team doesn't come in and take over. The person in charge is always local, whether, the commission appoints, Clancy or me or Rich or David or whoever to be the incident commander. The incident commander or the person in charge is always local. So it kind of fits in between the local responders and the emergency operations center. The incident support team may come specifically to help augment the emergency operations center. Is typically the format that they play. And then, again, John's here. So like, here's the pictures that, when you have those big fires, you have those big events that, are out of the scope of the fire department or EMS or law enforcement to handle. Here's where they employ bulldozers and road graders to help put out fire. And so you just never know in those big incidents what resources may come into play. It may be the weed department helping putting out that big fire, along with public works and whoever else we can get a hold of. That's just kind of the circle of how resource ordering goes. I don't know if that one has been painfully long. Again, it's local people helping locals. So in another slide coming up here, I think shows here's some of the some different things about Kansas Mutual Aid Act versus State Emergency Operations Center efficient assignments and what some of the differences are. Again, I'm not going to bore you with all those details today, but here are some of the different incidents. And if you see in 2008, there was an IMT that was brought into Manhattan for the tornado. And I think there were two others. The 2019 flooding, and I think there was another one. Maybe it's not on this list. But we in Riley County have used incident management team more than once. So we have called neighbors and they came from all across the state. They may have came.
High school 07?
Maybe. Obviously that was before my time, but very possible.
Yeah.
Oh, and then there was I remember the other one I saw here. It said flooding in Northeast Kansas. So whether that one was one we had an INT here or not, but in those incidents, we called and asked the IMT for their help, and that was IMT members from multiple counties around the state came to help us, and so it's only right that we offer the opportunity for our employees. In my opinion, it's only right that we offer the opportunity for our employees to participate in the incident support team to help our neighbors when they need our help. They have came and helped us in the past, and chances are we'll ask for their help to come help us again in the future. And so, commissioners, as I presented to the department heads previously, I would just like your blessing to send out an email to all our employees saying this is an opportunity to participate in the incident support program. Or if you're interested, talk to your department head, get their blessing, and then we can talk to you in more detail about the process of joining that incident support team and going to the appropriate training. So does anybody have any questions?
Got a question. Do we have anything more specific just to like the county? I'm thinking back to 2019 flood, and we've got several people in this room that had roles. And I think it would be beneficial to think if we had a similar incident like that, like for instance, I was in control of volunteers. It seems to me we ought to designate that now so that department heads will know what their role, and I realize it's dependent on what the incident is.
Right.
But moving forward, if we had another thing like 2019, am I going to be in charge of the volunteers again? And if so, I probably would look at some training for that specific thing. And we have designated for everybody in this room what their role would be if it was more just local.
I don't think currently like your name is put on something. I at the time that the incident happened, we would look at who we have in place and say, hey, we think you'd be the best fit for this. But that goes to this. If you have interest in that, then it would be the same training for the incident support team. It's just the next level up. we would encourage our people to go to, even if it was just to use it locally. If you don't have any desire to deploy and go to Saline County or Central County or wherever, it would be the same training we would send you to. And so that's what I'm kind of soliciting. What is your interest level? Do you have something that you would be interested in? Like, I assume, and you know what happens when you assume, that Brittany would be the most interested in fighting. But maybe she's just sponsored the bit to volunteer as a firefighter, and I don't know, but that's what I assume that Vivian would want to be in the PIO section. But although I have seen her in fire gear, so but that's part of my ask is what are department heads and or your employees interested in, and that's part of the ask is not only for the incident support team but for local too, so that maybe we could handle that bigger event. We're the 7th largest county in the state. We should be able to handle a bigger event than Chase County can. No, nothing against Chase County, but without calling it business. So if the commission doesn't have any issue with that, I don't believe the department has had any issue other than making sure we have the commission's blessing. I will probably put together a letter to send out to all the employees. And then, with this, talk to if you're interested, talk to your department head, and then we'll go from there on figuring out what people's specialties might be, what they're interested in, and what training to send them to.
Just to speak kind of along the same lines of what you were saying, what we get out of it as a county is not only the good relationship mutually called the BOCC, but just that training and experience of our own staff. So when, like in 2018, the flood on Wildcat Creek, if I hadn't been able to go assist with that and kind of learn from another PIO, I would have been prepared for kind of the stuff like disasters in 19 and COVID and all that stuff. So the experience you get actually participating in an incident of this type is so much different than the training or the what you imagine it might be. So the experience you get helping another county, in addition to all those other benefits, just helps prepare, make you a better asset for when something happens here.
Right. And to speak to Mike and Vivian's point about COVID, it was an example where we had our, I don't know, what would you refer to it as, David and Julia, our internal INT, if you will. We call it the DOC, I'm serving as the Operations Center. At that time, there was nobody else to call out to come help us because everybody was doing the same thing. And there are times when there's, bad winter storms or whatever, and there isn't anybody to come help them. All the more reason, like Mike talked about, for us to be trained to be able to take care of ourselves, especially in those type of instances.
I did have a question too. Who pays for like housing and meals and stuff for personnel when they're employed?
The requesting agency typically. There's a lot of variables, like if it's declared federal disaster, state federal disaster, then we get reimbursed. On the rural ones, you don't get federal funds, and so typically, like on a mutual aid call, when we go on a fire, David said this sends ambulances, RCPD sends cops next door to whoever. We don't charge them, and they don't pay us for the little one. When it gets more extended, we'll turn in. The county would pay for, the vehicle for, obviously me or you or whoever to go to wherever Saline, and typically it's Saline's responsibility to Saline to provide the housing and the training. Pretty much all the training is paid for by federal funds through Homeland Security grants and trainings that are offered throughout the state and country. So the biggest single expenses, if David or Vivian or I or whoever would go to wherever is our salary and what we're buying. I mean, that's the biggest expense, which we're going to pay anyway. But if we want them, like I said, if we want people ready to come help us, we should obviously be ready to help them.
When you say training, as far as you say around the country,
So it sounds like the training could really be anywhere
Not 90% of it or more is here in the state,
in the state.
but there are opportunities.
Right, but even in the state, if they're having to travel 3 or 4 hours somewhere, they're gonna have to stay. That's an expense that's also made
Typically, yes, but you'll know that before they go.
covered by the county.
No.
Federal level or federally covered for
By the state
by this,
through Homeland Security funds, but
okay,
typically if it's more than 50 miles, the state will pay for lodging.
lodging.
But they specify that typically in the training announcement, so you'll know it before somebody even signs up. They'll put in there lodging approved or lodging not approved for this training, depending on the grant they got for that training, whether that's a 1-day training or a 5-day training. So before, that would be typically spelled out ahead of time.
The next question would be, is their salary while they're training? Usually it's been my experience that that's something that the agency pays for their employees while they're there.
Right, they still be, that's why I say that the biggest expense to us is you, I, or whoever still are on the clock. Or Riley County while we go do that
Okay,
stuff,
I'm
but
sorry, I missed that.
same way with Ford and Celine, they stay on their clock when they come to help us. Any other questions or concerns?
I have another question considering salary, is that, we have the hourly versus exempt employees could be a little different situation. As far as the impact of event, obviously, is there a preference in the employees that we allow to do this hourly versus exempt employees? Overtime, that kind of thing, are all things that I think could play in.
Yeah, there's no preference from the instance sport teams.
Okay.
Again, that'd be kind of up to the department head and employees and who they allow to participate.
So then the finance administrator would handle all those details of finance, like, expense reports, if it's hourly person or part, is that what that finance person would do? Or what?
Well, so if they deploy as part of the incident support team, then they're helping to track the finances of that incident. So if Brittany goes to Greensburg for the big tornado, then they start ordering porta potties and cots and tents, and she's tracking that and then saying, hey, here's what's it's going to cost, and goes to the agency administrator, like if the disaster was here, whether that agency administrator's the chair, whether it's Rich, whether it's Brittany, whether it's me, whoever the commission designates for that disaster is the agency administrator. Maybe it's Barry, maybe it's Clancy, whoever. Then they go, hey, this is what they ordered or asked for, meaning the people out there digging through the rubble or whatever. Here's what it looks like it's going to cost. Do you approve that expenditure? So,
But for the county, if we're sending anybody on our team, we just have to manage their time and track their time at these incidents. So I understand it.
right. Yeah, really no different than if they're like appraiser training.
Right.
Any other questions or any concerns by the commission of participating or not participating?
I think it's a good idea, right, John?
Any other questions?
You're gonna get started on this.
Yep. So I can, if you need more pamphlets, obviously we can get more pamphlets to good employees. And I'll probably send out like.
Didn't get all the way around us, but you passed it.
Late arrivals.
I beat some people.
Did you get it? No. Anybody else? Anyone? You're not, we're working.
What's
that? We were working up to the last.
That dry, right?
We'll talk to you all. Yeah.
And like really bring up the pizza.
Okay, well, let's say we had mileage and employee recognition with Elizabeth and her not here. You want to do strategic planning at this point? Who's in charge of that?
Well, I think if you remember, the commission wanted to talk about it, but it was at a department head meeting that I was not in attendance, at least the portion as it related to county facilities space needs, I guess, by those that were in attendance, and I was not here. And that's why at the last county department head meeting, I encouraged all of these fine people to speak up about all that was discussed robustly, I understand, at that meeting. And to be clear, this is your opportunity to have that discussion. And so from that standpoint, I guess there was a lot of discussion. If no one speaks up, I can do a Cliff Notes version.
So who, if you weren't there, who, Barry, or who is?
Well, Corey was there, and Corey could probably kick it off.
So I guess is the.
Or eleven charge.
Thanks, Dave. You deflect well.
I was getting ready to speak up and then they pointed at me. So.
The topic of a strategic plan, space, future, where we're going with things was brought up. And so we had a lot of mixed conversations amongst the department heads. Some department heads have been involved with a strategic plan in years past. It's been a couple of days that didn't end up going anywhere. So you could look at it being, was it worth the time? Is it worth the time to do one again? If there's not good goals and objectives that what we're trying to accomplish, then it can end up being a waste of time. And so we want to make sure that if we move forward on this, it's a clear picture of what we're after, what we're trying to do. And if we're asked to be providing information back to the commission for decision making, we want it to be information that we're being asked for that's worth our while to compile, that we feel is actually going to make change, not just be something to pass the buck again and again and again. So as Rich said, and was said in that meeting, that look, if we want answers, then we need to ask these questions to you so we get clarity on them. And the folks in this room, they need to be open in that conversation and what we're doing, where we're going, and what you're wanting from us. And so the best place we thought for that was there's an officials luncheon meeting coming up in a few weeks. Let's put it on there. Let's get to talking about it and see where it leads us and where we want to go. And why we're
Right. To Corey's part, I think that was kind of the big thing was what are you looking for from us? What strategic planning can be a pretty broad subject. So we didn't know what you were thinking. So we didn't know how to prepare for that meeting.
Well, it probably comes back to me probably because I'm the one that's probably brought this up. The last one that we had here was in 2013. There's several people, Bridge was part of that, Shelley, Barry.
Actually.
Yeah, Shelley would stop. Trying to get as many Shelleys as we got Shelley. And Clancy, and I think everybody else is basically new, and that was kind of the point. With COVID, with just everything that's happened over the course of the years, it's time to sit down and just strategically think about where we're at as an organization, an institution, both in the short term and where we want to be in the long term. What that vision is, what that focus is. There's a lot of new people here, a lot of new energy, a lot of new innovation, a lot of new goals and thoughts. And I think we just need to get kind of to a centralized point once again. And I guess it kind of filters around three kind of major points, I guess. Personnel and staff obviously is one of those. I think everybody I talk to, both in the private and public sector, knows that we're getting ready to hit a cliff at some particular point in time. And I think collectively need to prepare for that. And I think we need to sit down and talk about it. We need to sit down and see what that's going to be. I think we've got enough of a good group here that we can figure that out so that when that happens, we're prepared for it. it's coming in the next 3 to 5 to 8 years, it's just gonna happen. Rather just smack us around when it does, when we get ready to cross that bridge, we know that we can cross that bridge with some capability and it won't be such a tough climbing, because learning from COVID, when these things happen, you don't always have the greatest ability to make good, solid decisions in time, and there's consequences that come with that. So something we need to plan for. And obviously, space and facilities is the second one. I'm of the belief that we know that we need space and facilities at this point in time. I'm also of the belief that I don't know what that is at this point in time, specifically. I know we need to expand. I don't know if it's the 42,000 square feet that we're short right now with the buildings that we currently own here downtown. I don't know that's going to apply to everybody at this point in time. We kind of laid out at least a few of our, departments at this point in time: administration, judicial, health department, museum, fairgrounds. Well, that's really, but that's kind of come up secondarily. But if you're going to start talking and discussing those things, you might as well add it too. So I think everything else, unless I'm wrong, is pretty well covered at this point in time, or will be covered at this point in time. But that's a dialogue that needs to be had. I'm aware that we need it. What that looks like and how we're going to go about it, I have no idea at this point in time. And I'm also of the opinion that we're going to have to look probably something external at some point in time, besides what we're doing. I may be in the minority on that one at the moment. I don't know, but that's a discussion that needs to have. And I think just from an organizational perspective, we just need to get a vision, a focus of what we are, who we are, and what we're providing, and how we're providing. That's the third thing. Hoping sometime early in the first quarter, we can do a retreat once again. And the last one looked like it took place in September of 2013. So that might be correct. That'll be a little less than 11 years. So it'll be time with everybody pretty much being kind of new in the role. It gives us all an opportunity to kind of sit down and decentralize. So that's kind of my thought. I haven't really come down and strategically myself kind of developed a plan, and I've talked a little bit with Elizabeth and a couple other people on the subject to develop that. It's going, but probably needs to start moving a little bit faster. I'm thinking February, maybe March, somewhere in that time frame of having a Saturday type retreat. And I want everybody included. I don't have a specific, this is what I want us to do. I want us all to figure that out collectively on those 3 ideas. So.
Well, Elizabeth did bring it to us. Those were the 3: repeat of personnel, staff, space, facilities, and vision. But of course, that led to how you want to go about this. How do you want to get together? Is this initiative of the commission? Is it a yes, we're doing this, or is it open for discussion? So, and then if it's a yes from our commission, then all right, what's the plan and the how and what do you want from us and when will that date be? So that, because as you very well said, yeah, it's November, but March is going to be here this afternoon. Okay, it's going to happen quickly. And there is a lot going on. So we would like to be prepared, or begin to prepare well ahead of time versus.
Yeah, I didn't want to say, hey, we're doing this next week and drop everything you're doing.
No,
I'm not going to do.
I'll wait until that. We have to do that. 5 months goes quickly and so forth. And so, certainly, I hope I'm not the only one getting it down here, but that does seem to be it. It's here's the idea and here's the info brought, and then it was, okay, is this a yes, we're doing it? Is it a yes or no, we're doing this? And then if we are, okay, then what's the plan and how's it going to go about? I heard you just say Saturday you have a meeting. Then things like that we would want to hear well in advance of when you want that meeting to be, as we all have schedules and plans. Rich.
To clarify for you, because you were there, but what I had heard in the version that was given to me is yes or no, does the board want to do it? But don't just say you want to do it and do a space needs study, but are you willing to commit the money to get there? Because that's what is missed
Yes.
the last 27 years, commissioners. I have a timeline here on how long I've been in these discussions with previous boards. It's been 27 years. Every commission has said we have to do space. Shelley can probably back me up on all of this.
Which Shelley? And you can't say W either, apparently.
And the fact is, the end of the day, what caused it not to go anywhere and why we haven't had a retreat since 2013, the department heads at this time, who are few and far between that are still here, said, you're wasting our time.
Right.
If you're not going to commit money to proceed on this, then let's not do another. Commissioner McKinley said that today, and I completely agree. If you're not going to commit resources to proceed after the study, then why spend the money on the study?
And Rich is right, and that was the next piece I was going to say to you all, is that collectively, in short, we don't want to waste our time or your time. So if we're going to spend the time to put together, to collect data, to get information, and there's an initiative, then we don't want all this work to be for nothing. We want to know that our time that we commit to it is for good purpose, and that the resources, the funding, that whatever we're going to do is there. We're not just going to do whatever was done in 13 and then it go nowhere.
Well, I will say that I brought forth today, and I apologize, I wanted to ask about the two commissioners other than myself before I brought it to you. I did put together a survey that we might send out to all of you that kind of talks about your space needs and your and workspace needs in each of your departments. And, how many employees do you have? What space can be reutilized, or what's efficient, what's not efficient, where you want to be in location. So I have that, but we discussed it this morning, and would like to. I would like to see a lot of individual, each department kind of analyze. But like we say, we need to. I don't want to go to a retreat, unless we have good direction and do something.
Yeah, if we're gonna commit the time to, we want to feel that it's for a purpose that's going to move forward.
I understand. I'm for that. I'm a little bit past this at this point in time. I've worked with most of you. I kind of know where you're at. And I'm of the opinion that we don't really have the expertise to know the how at this point in time. We know what we need. We know, we obviously need some space. We obviously have administrative needs. We have judicial needs. There's some other needs outside of the scope downtown. We got to figure out the how part, and I just don't think we have that expertise internally to be able to figure that part of it out. So we're going to have to probably get professional services at some point in time, whether we go this route or whatever, to do that at some point in time. And yes, we'll have to spend money to do that. It could be $60,000, $80,000, $100,000 just to do that. I think that's well worth it at this point in time to figure out what that is to get to that point. And then we need to figure out at that point what that is. I think the master plan that we have in place here, it's going to be about 12 years old by the time we get to spring. It's probably obsolete at this point in time. We're probably going to have to be a little bit more resourceful, and it's probably going to require some external space that we're going to probably have to purchase or buy, remodel, revamp, whatever additive you want to use for that. But stay downtown, do we have to move somebody? Those are questions that still need to be answered, but I'm fully supportive of moving in that direction if that's the direction that we need to move. But I don't have all those variables right now to be able to do that. And I think we've got to put that in the hands of somebody that could clarify for that and get us to that point.
But we'll need input from all the department heads, I would assume.
Yeah.
On the front, I mean, what we all think our space needs are gonna be, what our needs are at the present time, 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, 15 years down the road. So I think we're gonna need input from all the department heads as to what that's gonna look like. I don't know that anybody has that idea yet.
That's what a consultant would be able to really be able to work with each department head and figure out.
Yeah,
But I think we need to provide that information up front.
well, the consultant will ask you for the information they want to develop that, though. I mean, that's my problem with just presenting the information. After we present it, who's going to put it together? Just gathering the information, once again, if no one puts together a full picture of what's needed, what good is the information?
Is this something?
Anna was.
Okay. Oh, go ahead, Anna. Sorry, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, as a new department head, I can't speak to what the space needs were prior to my being here. And so I do think, I mean, obviously, like John said, there's space needs everywhere. And with the changing legislation, with changing procedures, practices, and all the different things, there's a lot that has to be considered. And moving forward, you know, what may have been a space need for my office years ago is not the situation we're in now. We have, you know, every department's gonna have more needs, I would assume, you know, the staff have grown probably in the last 13 years. But I think it is important that we have the discussion, but it does matter that we're gonna do something about it. I mean, because it does take a lot of time to put that together and explain the whys, and I mean, I do think having that professional that can help analyze everything and help determine the priorities, especially for an organization of this size, is gonna be key.
I think if there was a strategic plan done in 2013 for this, I've never seen it. Yeah. Was there one done, or was it just?
I think he's talking about the space needs study.
Well, I know we keep saying strategic plan and rolling it into space needs. There's that's two different. I mean, one's part of it. The strategic plan is more than space needs.
Yeah.
Sure.
And if there was one, you said you keep saying there was one in 2013. Where is it?
All I know is I have that. I don't know what necessarily came out of that, but.
Oh, that retreat.
Right.
It dates from
2012.
Is that the retreat that said that EMS was the first priority and then the courts were the next priority for space needs, yeah. So.
But we've kind of, I think in that amount of time, and this is my opinion. Correct me if I'm wrong, the department heads who have been here, we've stumbled one way or the other over that. And to me, we're gonna continue to stumble one way or the other on that if it's just an internal discussion. That's why I agree with Anna, we gotta put this into somebody that doesn't necessarily have a vested interest specifically in the organization, but understands those processes, understands the trends currently and what the trends was 3 to 5 to 8 years, how it's going to be and how that's going to incorporate into this process. Because I don't have it. I've looked at some other spaces around the area here in recent times, and I can't tell you if they're going to work for us or not. I don't have that knowledge or background. I really don't think anybody else does. And the person that would think maybe would be John. And I don't know if you feel comfortable answering that question or not yourself, but
John, the floor is yours. Solve all this.
you don't have time to get the mess with that at this point in time. I know you've got a pretty full plate yourself.
And if you want me to, I mean, that's just where I'm at. I'm busy. But some of those projects are coming along, and if that's where our priorities are, that's where it's gonna be.
So I have a question, we're talking about bringing in a consultant to kind of help put it together. Are we gonna bring somebody in to do the strategic planning meeting, or is that just gonna be done?
Yes,
internally?
that's gonna be done separately. We're still trying to, well, first we needed to figure out if we're gonna actually want to do that. I think that's the first step here, and then I've got several people I can reach out to put that together, and we can find a place on a location and we can put together food for the day, and I've got probably 3 or 4 people that we can bring back and work that through. But if we're not a consistent group to do that, then you kind of think this.
We haven't solidified that in the code between the 3 of us yet.
It seems to me, I don't want to oversimplify this, but it seems like we could, as a group, pretty easily put together a priority list of space. And make a list, and I think we need to give ourselves credit because we've done that to some degree. EMS with a position we thought we needed, and we spent some money. And I think we as department heads, personally, I would be very low on that list. I, as a department,
and you're not on the list. It's not going to be on that. It's going to have a new facility.
And make a list. Here, well, we can say, look, I'm fine. Here, public works say I'm fine. Okay, now we make a priority list. And the top 5, then the top 5 is where you would want to maybe do a consult. The clerk's office, whoever has, that's when you bring in the consultant. But I think we as a group should be able to come up with
list.
And then have a top 5 or top 10?
Now, the one I came up with, like I said, I came up with admin, which includes all that, judicial. And then, health department, museum, just outside of the downtown scope. And the fairgrounds, because that's been a discussion throughout the last year or so. If you're gonna go ahead and discuss that, you might as well go ahead and discuss it all at once and.
When you say admin, are you, this appraiser's part of admin?
Yes.
Okay.
Administration.
You're out there.
So basically, to sum that up, that would be everything that's in B2 buildings, for that, and then judicial would be separate. And I don't have an answer for what that's going to look like, and I don't know, but I know it's needed.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I can tell you at this point.
I think as a newer staff person, you know, you mentioned, yeah, we absolutely have space needs, but we also have an advantage where we've got a nonprofit arm. And that needs to be, I guess, we all need clarity on those kinds of things, because right now it might look like a priority, but we have a nonprofit arm that could raise millions of dollars to ensure that some of this happens, where we could get knocked off the county's priority list and really take care of ourselves. So as a new person too, just understanding the process, you know, how do we go about this? How do we get commitment from both of those parties?
Pretty sure that professional consultant knows how to deal with that, how to work all those things. Yes.
Thing with the judicial branch, there's been talk of maybe teaming up with municipal court and making one huge judicial center. Which I don't know if that would help with security issues with Raleigh County Police Department or.
That's something that would be discussed in that realm. But that, once again, we're not gonna figure that part of those things out. That's why you have to put somebody in place who knows how to connect those dots and then develop some kind of a blueprint or a plan or formula or however you want to look at that, see if that's the best option, if that's the most feasible option, both in the present and into the future, and if that's the most fiscal option for many of those things that you should discuss. I don't have the answer for that. I don't think anybody sitting there has the answer for that. That's kind of my answer.
Amanda, you're a planner.
It always comes back to the title of that because it's a special project.
Well, my first idea is making planning and development like way bigger.
And I could fold it back. Nice play.
Done any of this before in your?
I will tell you, every jurisdiction I've worked always has these problems where we're kind of shoehorned in various places and older buildings and, you know, we kind of go where you want to go and they all have we've been needing to do this for 20, 30 years. One jurisdiction actually did it, just of course after I left. But they actually did, so they have like a really interesting building and everybody's in the same place. I mean, it's a 3-story building, it's a large building and everybody's in the same place. They were scattered all across, it's a small town, but they were scattered all across town. And now they're together and that makes, I have some friends I still talk to from back there, so it's made a really big difference that we're all together.
So this is kind of related. I have what might feel like a dumb question to me, I don't know, but so what is the relationship? You are in the middle of a comprehensive planning process for, you know, land use in the county that kind of establishes a set of priorities from the residents. What is the relationship between, or would be the relationship between a strategic plan and a comprehensive plan?
So they would, I mean, they can definitely, you know, work together. In our comp plan, we'll have a section or chapter, whatever you want to call it, regarding public utilities. And that's in all of our buildings, but also like police and fire and all those sorts of things. So what we're trying to do here would be kind of outside the realm of the comp plan, but I do think there's opportunity for at least to align. Yeah, absolutely.
You know, I might just add a caveat to that. I mean, if you're doing a comprehensive plan, you know, most of the smaller cities, including Manhattan, which isn't a small city necessarily, updated all of theirs. If you're updating that, why not update much of everything else that you can to coincide with it? It can only prove to be beneficial in the short term and the longer term. So.
And the city of Manhattan just recently did their first ever kind of strategic planning process that incorporated a lot of public input. But it was like a year-long process led by consultants, and then it resulted in some
kind of a set of values and mission statement that they use then to kind of help create priorities. So well, this aligns with what we established in our strategic plan. So yes, we'll move forward and no, this doesn't line up. So it's lower on the priority list. So it sounds to me like that's kind of what we're discussing, knowing that maybe some difficult decisions are ahead. How do we prioritize? How do we order them? What tools do we use to measure what we need as an organization and what the community needs from us? Is that kind of effect?
It's my goal and vision to try to set ourselves up for the best possible outcome, or the best possible success moving forward under those difficult circumstances. And I kind of see in the next 3 to 5 years that maybe we're just not quite there. And it's nobody's fault. I'm not throwing anybody under the bus, but I think if we work towards that, we'll look towards that, we can think of fully capable of being here. We just need to get there.
Can I ask probably a dumb question, because I've only been here like 5 months? What happens at the retreat? Because I read through all the minutes and I would see like, they'd be like, oh, we had our retreat this weekend, it was great. And then like you said, nothing, nothing.
Well, that's the good one. Sometimes it's gotta help.
Yeah.
I mean, I've looked through those notes too, and I'm still kind of like Commissioner McKinley, what did we really get out of it? I mean, I guess if you really want to think about it over the course of time, we finally did make the move on EMS. I think we finally still see that we still have admin and judicial issues. None of that's changed, but if you look at the time frame in between there and the discussions between commissions and staff, and some of those staff have come and gone, obviously, we haven't moved too much on that. And that's because I don't think we've actually driven a vision and actually started from a point and actually seen it through. We just kind of talked about it and talked about it. And I got the master plan here, and look, I don't know if we would have put a bond issue out for that 12 years ago. It was probably a $20 to $25 million project. I talked to several people in town here who kind of paid attention to that. This project alone, just if you were to take that, put it from paper to actual construction and then to actual building, it's gone to about $55 to $60 million. Now, if it wasn't gonna pass 12 years ago under that guise, it probably still isn't going to now. So what do we do? I mean, it has just changed in that amount of time. So I think that's what we have to get out of that. What did we do wrong that first time that we need to do something different this time, and then actually see it through?
And that's the whole thing. It's down to this financing.
Yeah.
You know, we can say, oh, we want to build a brand new building that moves everybody into a 10-story gigantic building, but
We have to build that out in the county, because we can't do that to state.
but
Don't say
yeah, finance. We'll take it in Riley. We can move the county seat to Riley.
There's tomorrow's headline.
But I think collectively, we have to ask some simple questions first. What do we want out of downtown? Can we keep admin and judicial downtown in some framework? Do we need to segregate that? And if so, which one is that? I think you have to start simple and kind of work towards that. And then one by one, some of those things start to fall in place. And how we did that with EMS, although, I don't know, I think maybe we might be doing a little bit too much, and then we need to pare it down.
Is it too late now?
Construction hasn't started.
But yeah, even there, we got halfway through that project and realized due to the nature of cost, we had to stop and reevaluate. Come back to the table and figure out what was gonna work in real time. So there'll be challenges along the way there, but as long as you know that what your priority is, which you to work towards that, I feel like we'll have some experience at that point in time. We can certainly work through those challenges and persevere through and put some kind of conclusion. We're long overdue for it. We really are.
They did make a big change in that time frame. They voted and we built a brand new jail and police station. We did that. The county took over the space we're in right now. So there have been changes in that time.
Well, and I think you guys out there is a great example of how you can do that. We did that in phases. We didn't have to do a bond issue. We put some money aside. We knew what we were going to need, and we kind of worked on that. And it's a little lengthy in time, and that one's going to cost you, by the way. And
Somebody said last night,
Oh, is that one of those rain deals? That's gonna cost triple. But as long as we have some kind of a guideline, some type of a blueprint, that we kind of know what we can do, I believe we can do that. I really do. I'm not the most optimistic of people sometimes, and if I can say that we can do that, I think we can do that.
So the last plan you have there, did it specify, I guess, an action plan, if you know, this is what we want, this is what we need, this is what we want, how are we gonna get there?
The last part, to me, not so much. Rich, you might chime in on that one if I'm wrong on that one, but it didn't designate how that was going to happen, but it did clearly put together what it could look like, what it entailed. But yeah, it didn't take apart the money part of that, and that was the biggest part of it. And I think we've been strategically, for lack of a better term, fighting that one ever since. Like I said, what was about probably a $20 to $25 million project. It's triple the cost, literally. The only way as the county you could facilitate that right now is once again a bond issue. And I don't see a public appetite for that. It's more fun.
But this was broken out in phases, correct? Because we had like phase 1 in 2006, and then I believe this was part of phase 2. At least from the invoices and minutes that we could find, that this was broken into several pieces.
I think it was the purchasing of property to get to that point. Is that correct, Rich?
Well, the goal was to purchase first grade concurrent. Yeah, they did a whole plan on that, and the commission then purchased it, and it's, that's a part of the consideration, because there's like 44,000 square feet in there. So it's gonna take a lot of money to do it or sell it to someone. Take a little bit, but that was a big piece of that whole study. So who else has thoughts? Okay.
So the timeline's 1997. I was first elected in 96, but this building was purchased in 1997 because Riley County had been renting it for several years for $100,000 or $200,000 a year. And the county commission said, well, if we buy it for $600,000, which is what they paid for it, it'll pay off in a few years. So remembering all of those discussions before the commissions made those decisions, and that goes through this entire timeline, the commission had decided they're going to stay downtown. And there have been many things that have been put into place based on that first plan, because in 2006, we purchased the parking lot where the county vehicles are stored. Parking has always been an issue down here, and because we have so many county vehicles. So the county purchased that in 2006, once again, because they'd made the determination that Riley County offices, administrative and judicial, are staying downtown. Matter of fact, it was even discussed moving RCPD administration down here and possible jail to purchase more land. Riley County had talked to the city about purchasing the parking lot many of our employees park in. And Stan Morgan, I believe, is the one that worked with the properties kind of catty corner across from the post office to get first right of refusal to buy all of those properties on that half a block. So every county commission up to this point has said we are staying downtown. Improvements to that, the purchase of that parking lot in 2006 cost $110,330. The improvements to that parking lot cost about $50,000. So then once again, in 2007 is when phase 1 of that study was done, space needs study for $19,944. Once again, more money spent on determining on staying downtown. Phase 2 through 2012, $33,847.68. Once again, they made the determination they're staying downtown. They're going to continue this. 2013, the commission purchased the parking lot next to the attorney's offices. Once again, because we needed parking for county commissioners and staff, and because courts and the police office, where the police department parked right outside of the window of my office, they wanted that for their vehicles, i.e. moving the county commission out of there, and the county commission was okay with that. So all through this entire time, every board of county commissioner that I've served with has determined we're staying downtown. Correct. The consensus of the board was to purchase the church many decades ago, and there has been many negotiations and, didn't buy it at many times. And also the old Crumbs building. The county commission investigated buying the old Crumbs building, the building that just got renovated. For those who don't know what the Crumbs building is, the gray building that's so nicely done to the west of Carnegie. So they purchased the church. Commission did agree to purchase the church based on the plan that Commissioner Ford has there. The plan was to demolish the church. There's never been any plan of any previous commission to keep that church. It was a plan that was developed by the consultant, as is laid out in there, and the consultant at that time, Brett Bowman, even suggested the best use of that church is demolition. To demolish that, we're going to leave it empty until we can afford to build a new administrative building on that lot and where we currently park. And then once we move out of there, demolish the building that we are in, and that be the parking lot. So there has been a plan, and the county commission has always had a priority to stay downtown. This county commission, I think, needs to make the determination if that's still their goal, in which direction you want to go. But the thing that has always killed any plan is money. So to this point, the previous county commissions have spent $1,809,233.29 in planned purchases in planning on staying downtown. That does not include endless hours of all department staff time in getting to this conclusion.
I would say goes back to when I opened and saying that the department heads want a clear, if you will, vision or direction of where this would go. And so if question one is we're staying downtown, okay. Now and then it's what's next, but what answers do you want from us? What is it?
Well, again, what like the plan are we talking about?
And if this retreat is going to happen, then when are we talking about it? And we need the time to prepare. And I hear studies, I hear questionnaires. Is that information that we need to get through before we have a retreat? Or is the retreat going to be a waste of time if we haven't had the ability to collect and get what's necessary? I would say yes. That retreat's not going to be worth it unless we have it. So March maybe isn't projected, but if we can't get the data that's needed through a professional or whatever we have, then that needs to move. So it's done right.
Right.
So it's not wasted time and effort. And Barry poses an absolute great question. So what are we needing to plan for? 20 year, 50 year? What are we planning for if we're compiling? If we're reviewing housing and data and so forth, and how far out the plan broke, or whatever courts, and what is this growth window? What is this time frame that we need to be saying? Here's where we see things. That's important.
We're gonna have
To do that.
It is, but you gotta have a target. You gotta have something.
Well, once again, I think that's where a consultant comes in and says, this is where you guys in the public sector and the services that you provide and the manner in which you provide need to be thinking about that window. And maybe it is 20 years. I think that's about, to me, that's about the ceiling, but I once again want to point out to you, I'm not the professional here. And I think that's the critical part of that. And I agree with you 100%. And I don't have the answer to downtown right now because I'm left with currently the idea of 42,000 feet short of what we need to be able to take care of both administration and judicial from the plans that we had in 2012. And I don't yet know how much in 11, 12 years as we get to it, that has changed one way or the other. I don't know. And I don't think anybody else here knows. We need to figure that part of it out first, but I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to take that and then take that into consideration and develop a plan as to how we do that. Because that much time has gone by.
Yeah.
And then, I think when that plan was done, we didn't have the South District, we didn't have the North District, the shopping areas. And I think that downtown was dependent on the county to buy things and shop and eat at the restaurants in the downtown area, but we didn't have like the south end or the north end, that are regional areas now. So do we need to stay downtown? Is it the most efficient use of space and what is time for travel? Do we have housing available? Do we expand our staff? Yeah, that's a big thing. Child care, we have enough child care to take care of more of, new employees, and, all those things need to go into something. But we do need to know what, I think we need to know where we are now and in the next maybe 5 years, how can we plan? We don't know if we get another pandemic, we lose people, we don't know what's going to happen. But 20 years is a long time.
Those things could happen in 5 months. I mean, those are some of the things you can't really plan. I mean, I do think you need to be outward enough to know that if you're going to spend 7 digits, because we're literally going to spend that per building, if we're in where we're at, that you're going to be using them for a significant amount of time. So 15, 20 years at least. I don't know if we need to split up admin and do something different with that and just leave judicial down here. I mean, I have a lot of thoughts on that, but once again, I want to mention I'm not a professional here. And I think that's our first step. We need to get somebody that knows that to take a serious look at it, or we're just going to be talking about it for the next 12, 14 years. That's the real first step, in my opinion.
Well, just in the interest of perhaps building on the work that has come before, do we have additional copies of that when you have it in front of you? And has everybody else seen it? But me, I
just have a hard copy on that. I think Rich probably has it digitally somewhere that could be sent out. And I have just kind of that, but I made some copies of and a couple other things. But he can probably send it around through digital means. And you can do that on your own cognizance. But and keep in mind that doesn't take care of the other couple of pieces outside of the downtown sector. The health department, and it's not going to cost you too, Julie. But that was ringing that scribble as well. Take a lot. So, and of course, what we might need to do at a Seco Park with fairness.
If we have a framework existing already, wouldn't it make sense to go back and have a professional look at that and reevaluate? This is where we were and where we need to be versus before we all got together, kind of thing. I mean, we already have a framework. I don't know how the bidding process works, but maybe the same people could give us an update.
Well, I would be interested in just department heads knowing, the needs that they're faced with now, being able to see, okay, well, this previous plan we did, that's kind of in line with what I still need, and maybe just having a place to start conceptualizing.
Yeah, I would say the first step, because if you look, I was just looking at this before meeting, looking at the list of who's county officials, there's not many here. In the red moments.
And does it go in?
Yeah, they're all there.
On that list and how many it's on.
Well,
it says, appraisers gone, community director, and Rich is here. Clancy's here, but then after that, extension's different, your board's different, university management, GIS, planning and development, public works, register deed treasurer, all of those can change.
How many times it was committed? It's still yeah. I mean, work all said and done, really the only two people that because you got to remember, we're going to lose Clancy and Shelley Williams here in 2024. So midway
4 months, 7 days.
Really, the only two people that are going to be less that were part of this are Rich and
we had a separate meeting, Bowman and Rural Wilson, and I had one regarding the court stuff, because there was some issues there. So that's why I said they had some things in there that weren't going to work for the courts, and so.
In this plan, yeah.
Well, we're after 1 o'clock now.
Well, so I think collectively though, we're asking for your guys' decisions and your guys' direction and make those decisions so that we don't feel that we're gonna start doing something and collecting data in order that that's not gonna go.
My plan is it's not gonna be all for naught, but
Okay.
I want to get it in the hands of somebody that can clarify that and get us in that direction. It's gonna be a challenge. Or it's gonna be a challenge.
If we push forward and we go all the way to a retreat, I understand at the end of a retreat, we might get down to here they are. And we might not know the finance at that time, but there needs to be a follow-up to know.
Oh, sure. I think
Because probably there was not maybe for the collective group. I don't know.
May not be, and I will,
Okay, so-
I will probably say that's something that we need to follow up on in each and every one of our county official elections thereafter, and maybe it requires another one towards the fall. Maybe that's what we decide. I mean, but you have to, instead of just talking about it, you have to start kind of putting your feet forward one at a time and see where it goes.
Well, and what you're saying is the same. So it sounds like historically, there's been a lot of talk, but what was the outcome? So
I plan on action.
that's being said from those that are here that we're like, let's not go down that path again. We're gonna do this.
Yeah.
So,
I would just like to remind the commissioners, though, if there is an area that some departments you feel could not be downtown, we own 20 or 30 acres just west of public works.
Yeah. And I think that's,
Build a small building out there and be administrative. We already own land.
I think that's something that's gotta be looked at too. And I think all those things that have been mentioned and discussed would be discussed with professional services.
Yeah, and I want to have, I want to have an office close to John as well.
There you go.
How do you feel about that?
I'm gonna let them talk to Rich necessarily, maybe everybody else. Outside of that, but. I'm really to turn over all those codes to see where we go from the language, ends up making sense. My goal isn't, you know, if I'm gonna trade one or the other here, I'm gonna do what's in the best interest of Raleigh County in terms of operations, and I have to. Let's move admin to a different location and it's not downtown. You know, for the betterment of everybody working and the betterment of the services we provide. That's what we have to do, that's what we have to do.
Jesse and I'd be happy with the new courthouse like Johnson just got.
Yeah. I'm gonna just tell you right now, you might not want to lose sleep on that.
Aren't you counting on, aren't you, Kathy?
Let's see, I've been with the judicial branch for 17 years. And it seems like every year, new court admin, hey, we're looking at a new building in 3 to 5 years. And like, sure we are.
I can't guarantee it's going to necessarily be new, but.
But isn't Johnson County already out of space though, in there, so.
So that's one of those things, again, with the, where are we looking towards? If we're gonna look and make a decision that only takes care of us for 5 years or even 10 years, that's not enough. I mean,
I agree.
you know, it's gotta be 20 and beyond. The minimum, I would say, has to be 20 and beyond. So if you're asking us for things of growth and so forth, I would say right now, it's 20 and beyond. All of our discussions and going through EMS and space and all those, it was 20 and beyond. And so just keep in mind of that, and you know.
His building is 3 to 5 years in the making, so, I mean.
Yeah.
And by the time they build,
I don't know anything more than 15 or 20, because who knows what's gonna happen.
Well, that's hard to do too.
You know,
Especially in the maybe read it.
Well,
and would you know that all the stuff that K-State's doing up there, we should know about stuff.
What about North Riley? It's all
15, 20 is a long ways out, because things change so much, and the way we do business, the electronics that have changed even just, you know, the last 15 or 20 years of how we do things. The way services are delivered. Yeah, the way service delivered things.
Even with the onset of Zoom over the last 3 years, it completely changed everything. That's just 3 years. But I do think that, you know, consulting work has picked up the pace on that and has extended that out and give us some insight, maybe not perfectly, but enough insight that we should be able to feel comfortable with whatever plans that we're making to get to that point. That's what I got.
We need to come down in here. So I'm going to get back to work.
Good to see you too.
Pretty brave. That's for your evaluation. That's been coming from you.
When's the going away party?
He never speaks about anything.
I just had it.
Thank you.